Yeah. Welcome to the Keepers of the Golden Gate session 95 somehow. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 2nd of July 2021, and here are the players.
Hiya, I'm Adrian, and I play Arya Bluebird, the half-elf druid.
Hello, I'm Sean, and I play Bastiel, the Warforged cleric.
Hiya, I'm Scott. I'm playing Crumbar, the half-orc paladin.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Isla, the tiefling sorcerer.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I play Serene, the Firbolg ranger.
Perfect. Look at that. The gang's all back together.
Yay!
For the last
It's
time.
good
No,
to
I'm kidding. Right, so, what do you remember from last time, Hannah?
Wow. Everyone left the library, went to see Ordak, who wasn't there. That was exciting.
Yeah.
I liked that bit. They met a student. He got a name. I remember that being a like thing. Everyone lamented that I didn't have Mage Hand. Now I have Mage Hand. And now I'm here. The Rasira came back, which I continue to feel very guilty whenever he is on screen. Oh gosh. Then everyone went to High Rock because with Rasira, not with the eye. I was listening so well. And then you went to see Flitwick, and things happened.
Yup.
Yeah, I'm not allowed.
Bastille happened.
Yeah. I was definitely unpacking a lot of boxes at that point, so I maybe tuned out the trauma.
Fair. Yeah. Anything else you want to add to that? Because that was pretty comprehensive.
Pretty good.
Learned about the Durgar.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yep.
Arya bought, like, all the diamonds. All the diamonds.
Rasira told us where he thinks the Road of Par might be.
Yeah.
In the Temple of the Hidden Descent.
Yep.
Not desert.
Yep. No eagles or eels here. Yep.
The eye was glowing weird when we found it in Ordak's office. But it's not glowing anymore, but we didn't use it because we're scared. Written the Hollow Citadel. So dwarves made deals with elementals. Oh yeah, Duragar stuff.
Yep.
Duragar meddled in the heart of the mountain and got corrupted.
Yeah.
But Bastiel, Flitwick for New Arm, and it went, do not change me.
It's good. Did we pay Ian McKellen on Cameo for that last line? Yeah.
Somehow, the way you said it reminded me of that lyric in Linkin Park, where just like in the Linkin Park song, where Chester Bennington goes like, "I won't be ignored." I don't know why. Like the way you said that somehow reminded me of that. I'm like, yeah, that's the vibe. You know, not I won't be ignored, but this is like, don't
I won't be
change
changed. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Also, good band, good tune. Yep.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. I know, right? Definitely. Very sad times that was. So. Yeah. So, goals for this one. Let's see. Where are we?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. John, what are the general goals?
The general goals. Well, I tell you. If only I. There we go. It's loaded.
There we go.
So use Orodak's resources to find out more about the eye.
I enjoyed the procrastination. It was very good. I was waiting for when I was a young.
Locate the Rod of Par. Probably going to do that now. Learn the artifact's name and use. Locate the GGW and successfully commune with the High Druid. Kind of made a microscopic inch towards that direction last.
Yeah, it was at least discussed as well. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the general goals.
And your personal goal, Bastiel?
Learn the Heart of the Mountain's name.
Mm-hmm. And
Look.
Arya, your personal goal.
My personal goal is to find out what was done to the eye, because somehow they messed it up. That's not. It's not working as it should.
Mm.
So when someone uses your shower and they change that perfect temperature setting, and it just takes you too long to get back to it.
It's the heart.
Oh,
Bastards.
bastards.
And Serene.
He says while in somebody else's house.
Yeah, I'm probably being that guy right now.
Probably. Mm-hmm.
Mine was to contain / close the fiery death hole that I.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Isla?
To uncover new information about tieflings and their possible link to the Abyssal Breach.
Yeah. And Grumbar.
I've got quite a simple one compared to everyone else. Just free the GGW, no biggie.
Just get them free. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just
Mm-hmm.
knock that out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yep. Good. So, we are going to have a wee bit of narrative time, I think, going back into the scene, because we had the experiment that was going on, and the amputation and reaffixing of a new limb, and the great ritual that was done for Bastiel's arm, with the wonderful participants that were. And yeah, in the aftermath of that, Flitwick, who will have approached the group and will have stated that Bastiel will need some time to let this settle and basically recover from this event, which will give the rest of the gang some time in High Rock, or wherever the hell else they go, because we know you don't necessarily stay in the one place. So, yeah, you have probably got about a day to kill for Bastiel to recover. So, in the wonderful powers of montaging, what do you want to do to kill time?
Montage. Well,
I feel like we spent a lot of time in High Rock.
I might want to have a sleep to get some spells back.
Oh gosh, yes.
So
This is
I'll knock
still-
out, like, half
This
the
is
time.
still drunk brunch day.
It is. We haven't slept.
Yeah.
Oh my
I mean,
God, yeah.
we're in High Rock, so we could go see Cyril.
We do not mention that name at all. That name does not pass anybody's lips.
Uh-huh.
Or Isla will stamp on their foot and then electrocute them.
Okay.
Nobody says it.
You could always go to the unarmed piano.
Yeah, I'll go to
Yeah.
the piano for a kit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
At least at some point.
No more day
Don't mind
drinking.
whether that's now.
I don't
or
know how
at the
Serene
end of the day.
feels, but Isla is swearing off day drinking.
Mhm.
No more.
Serene's just traumatized
Oh,
completely
gosh.
about
Oh.
everything.
Fair.
Now
I'm
wondering
not-
whether drink could be better or worse.
I know that there's a place that serves some really good eagle, so we
Oh,
could go
dear.
there.
Mhm. In the bin.
I thought I would ask, right? Because obviously this is something Arya would do.
Mhm.
Would I be able to like have a look at Bastiel and try to like ascertain if cure wounds would help him at all?
Do you remember last time, and you might not because it was so long ago, but the idea of casting any other magic nearby would be
Oh,
terrible.
yes. Never mind. I thought
Yeah.
during the process. I didn't realize that after as well. Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. Like maybe see after he's had his whatever they've prescribed as recovery time. Maybe after that it might be safer. So yeah, but we'll checkpoint
Yes,
that.
that makes sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just thought from the perspective of
Oh no, it makes sense to ask. Totally.
everybody's mama.
Yep.
Do
Mhm.
I need to put a sticker on you?
Yep.
Sort of thing.
I got it. Yeah. Uh-huh. They're ready with the band-aids just in case. Yep.
Uh huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, band-aids, not stickers. God,
Yep.
you know what
I
meant,
gotcha. I gotcha. So you've got obviously access to a city that you are fairly-ish kind of somewhat familiar with. So yeah. And this is kind of Isla's
So, I
kind of home territory at least. So
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we would finish the day on a long rest anyway.
Yeah, for sure. We would go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Is it
actually, if you have
anything-
nothing specific and wants to, we can use skip.
Yeah.
You can have your long rests if you really want. Like that's.
I would
Um,
say, how aware is Isla
um,
of research places in High Rock?
Hmm.
There is probably like a public library. Yeah.
Just because
Okay,
Racira's brought us information.
That
be worth.
would be good because I wouldn't mind going and finding out as much as I can about Santa Clara.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think maybe a sleep and then, oh God, more library time.
Library! Yeah.
What? You thought
Oh.
this game was Dungeons and Dragons? No, it's books and tomes.
It's library. No, it's libraries and liabilities. That's what this game's called.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
God!
Yep.
Oh
Catching
dear.
title.
Yeah, I know.
Library Simulator 13th Age.
Yeah. Okay. So
Um,
I don't know how
yeah.
to spell all that, so we're just gonna have to hope this is the right spelling. Libraries. There we go. Libraries and liabilities. There you go. We'll see how that goes. I mean,
Yep,
yeah.
it will.
Mm-hmm. MD, anything else you want to do then? Right, so obviously we got Bastion recovery mode. I know that obviously most of you want to sleep, so that's fine, we can factor that in, but it does leave, you know, a good couple of hours at least to get something else done if you really wanted, so it's entirely up to you. But if you don't have anything, that's fine, we can just have you rest and like eat and shit, so
Yeah, just
Yeah, we bit of library time.
Yeah, wee bit of library time.
okay. Arya, anything you want to get up to specifically, or just like the same as everybody else, rest, eat, recover, then all head to a library?
Yeah, I can't think of anything in particular, to be honest. So
It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Just let Roya have a fly around the city a bit as well. Enjoy the sea
yeah.
air. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be sleeping with the window open. And sorry, what season did you say it is?
I didn't. It's.
Like what weather?
I mean, the weather here is probably just probably a bit.
No, I was just trying
a
to
bit
figure out if
like-
my roommate is hating me for leaving the window open constantly, so that the bird can go in and out as she pleases.
High Rock probably has
That's
a.
why-
High Rock probably does have like a chill to the air being at the sea. Beyond that, yeah, they may just have to suck it up if the window's open, right? So just make sure their blankets doubled up. They'll be fine, I'm sure. So, if that's the case, everybody, including you as well, Bastiel, you can all have your long rest if you require it.
Hooray.
Yatta! Update your sheets as required.
Mhm.
It's always nice when that happens. So,
And is there no long rest button?
no, and there really goddamn
No.
should be.
I asked that too.
Oh my god.
I would actually settle for a, button that just lets you go back to the spell selection screen of the Charactermancer, which doesn't exist, and I don't know how they expected people to play clerics or druids in this game without it. Like,
Mhm.
that's dumb.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's not like they're not default fucking classes quite near the start of the list of classes, right? Yeah, kind of popular classes that have the most awkward spellcasting rules because they get to repick their spell lists every long rest. So not having access to that button to take you back to that screen is weird. Ah, the joys.
I'm gonna just pick my spell list here. You guys want to go ahead first?
No problem. But yeah, you changing much to your spell list, buddy?
I think yeah, a lot.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. Yeah. So, are you wanting to wait and go check in on Bastiel first and take him to the library, or do you just want to go to the library while he's recovering?
Oh yeah, sorry, I thought we were going to the library while he was recovering.
No, I'm asking what are you doing? You have a choice, but it just involves spending more time there. Right? So,
I don't really have much to do in the library. I have a bunch of books to get through still.
yeah, he kind of he's got his own library at the moment.
Yeah, I think we'd look while he was still recovering.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I would check on Serene to see how she is with going back into a library.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh god, yeah.
You don't have to. You could go and look at the sea.
I just won't I won't read any books for a while, I think.
Alright, we can safely say this is maybe you bunk together in the same room.
Sure.
And then maybe Crumbar and Arya bunk together in the same room. Rasir obviously paid for his own room on the old company credit card. So yeah,
Oh, does he remember he has one of them?
apparently. I mean, he did have a hand in making the money, so that must
That's
count for
true.
something.
That predates him
Yeah.
meeting us, so that's probably safe.
Yeah. And then, so let's just, for the sake of people caring about what the time it is, it's probably the morning of ED. That'll do, I guess. So yeah, maybe as you two kind of like stir awake in the morning, Isla and Serene, you can have that conversation.
I do think this one will be less magically inclined. Maybe we can have like a code word for if a book looks dangerous. We could say grapefruit, and then we don't touch it.
Grapefruit.
I'm not gonna lie, I totally expected that to be like vodka or something.
No, we're avoiding that. That's where all the problems came from.
Like the book.
I think we only fell asleep against the book because we was drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is big morning after vibes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. If something's wrong, we'll say grapefruit. But
Okay.
I'm probably not going to read any books for a while.
Maybe you could write a letter or something to your village. I look concerned about how letters get to Serene's village because I know they.
I don't know how. Get that.
So a joke that came up just in the sequel to this game was that question came up about how does the post work in this world? And that jokingly, as it always does, because why is it ever a serious answer, I ended up with there is a large hippo that launches a smaller hippo that has a bag of letters, and the other cities have large hippos that catch these smaller hippos that are thrown to each other. And then that's how the mail is delivered between cities. However, while I never said this was canon, I did laugh a lot at it and never quite shot the idea down because it was like, how ridiculous is that? And do I like it? But that is what was said in the sequel to this game that happened chronologically before this game.
That was actually what started one of the ages.
The age of the hippo postman. So that is not how the post works, just for clarity.
Well, until we make it work.
Yeah, until that is how it becomes a thing. Yeah.
Until we make that canon, we have to make it.
One wish.
On the first stage.
Yeah, you wasted your wish spell. Yeah, definitely. Could have had hippo postman.
Right?
Oh dear. But yeah, so I don't know, probably couriers that are paid to travel to deliver mail, right? Like people that are literally paid to go places, you know.
Like a postman.
Yeah.
Is my village known enough that someone would travel there?
I mean, if somebody is choosing to write a letter to somebody in your village, they probably know enough to say, okay, do you want to sit, like, you there, boy, here's money, take this letter there, and when you come back with the receipt, I'll pay you, more money for the job to be complete. That's how a lot of the old courier work used to happen, right? So, I say that like that's complete fact, that'll do. Right, so, yeah. That or magic, I don't know, right?
Magic.
Yeah, I just feel like if somebody is going to the effort of writing a letter to somebody else, they probably need to have an idea of where they are sending it. Or they just put it in a bottle and chuck it into the Midland Sea and just watch it sit there until one of the timed currents take it somewhere, right?
Sounds good.
Because if you time that well, if you know there's going to be like a 7 p.m. current that goes from, High Rock to Shadowport, for example, you would just chuck it in and go, right, okay, so how long will that roughly take to get there? Right, okay, cool. And as long as you and your buddy knew that, he could just stay at the docks looking for a bottle to turn up. I suppose.
True.
Right?
Mm.
So that'd be interesting as a strange secret mail system. Oh dear. Just so you know, Shadowport's that really shady place near Glitterhagen. It's on its own kind of
Mhm.
island, just off the coast of Glitterhagen. Yeah, it's pretty much where the illicit and illegal and less than approved activities happen. Yeah. Yeah. So, hopefully that answers your postal questions, or doesn't. One of the two.
Oh.
Yeah.
One of those.
But I feel like you could probably just find somebody that could send something to the Cairnwood if you wanted them to. I mean, you do have
Mm.
the Archmage of the world with you. And you do have a line to Cerule with you.
Mm-hmm.
And you know there were dragons in your village, or at least there should be.
Mm.
So there's options that way as well. You've also got the sending, right? So I feel like if somehow you could get Bastiel familiar with the people in your village, you could send something to them. So yeah, don't know how that is. That involves some kind of weird memory transference thing. I don't know. That seems. Well, Isla's got experience with that, so. I know that was uncalled for. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think I'll leave writing a message for now. I think it's only been a couple of days since I've contacted them.
Yeah.
I think I might go sit in the park actually instead of coming to the library if that's okay.
Of course.
Just want to be around.
Is there
trees.
anything you'd like us to look up? Maybe I look at her hands and then wherever the paper is hidden, I'm like, other planes? Maybe? I don't have to.
I guess no, you could do if there's something. I don't know whether.
Yeah, it seems like a big.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a
I don't feel
shuffling
like I knew-
outside your room door.
Oh God.
And then there's like a knock at the door, quite like a brisk knock.
Mm.
Mhm.
Oh, this is it.
Oh, good.
Hello.
Yeah. Mm.
And then you hear like
you can come in.
you hear like some again awkward shuffling, as if somebody's carrying something, and then like they kind of like
Oh.
bump against the door. And then
Oh,
you
can I try? Is the door locked? No, we didn't lock the door.
Yep.
Can I use dramaturgy to open the door?
You could use mage
Really
hands,
dramatically.
even if you wished, right?
That's not as exciting though. I think dramaturgy throws it open.
Yeah, you can
Really exciting.
swing the door open dramatically if you want. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then you get like an almost tipping over Rasira, as he almost falls into the room side on, and he kind of catches himself. He's holding like a kind of a big tray in one of his hands, as he's like awkwardly shuffling in and looking around, and he's got like a big kind of like grin in his face, and like he's got like crumbs all through his beard, and he looks up and smiles and says, "Sorry if I've disturbed you all. Good morning, to you both. Have you tried these cakes of the pan?"
Good morning, Sarah. Haven't tried.
He smiles as
What?
soon as you say no. He's already shuffled over to you and put a plate in front of you,
Oh,
and then he just immediately doesn't even wait for your response. He just hands you a plate as well.
What kind of pancakes are they? That's my question.
Probably relatively basic pancakes, maybe with some. There might be something in the nature of what would grow nearby here, like maybe some kind of berry on top of it, like to make it look somewhat healthy.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I was trying to think because like High Rocks by the Sea. This is like a
Some
relatively
lemons,
cheap tavern,
probably.
so yeah, it's good. Whatever it's got on the top anyway, it's got some kind of like a taste adjuster on the top. So he shuffles that to you guys and he goes, "I found him very filling, and he like taps his stomach excitedly, and he shuffles out with the plate like, good start to the
Oh.
day. And then he steps outside, looks the door up and down, and then dramaturges the door closed in the same fashion.
Show off.
That's your tick.
I know. But I suppose I can share it. After all.
You're now sitting with like a stack of pancakes each. Yeah.
Oh, these are good.
Yeah, just tuck in.
Yeah.
And then there's
Oh! Can I look in my pack and see if I have like... I'm going to say that my village made like heather honey.
sure.
Because we're a mountain people. And if I still have a little part of it, I'm going to drizzle it over my pancakes and then drizzle it over Serene's.
Sure.
If she's okay with that. This will... It just adds.
Mm. It just adds.
Just adds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, it's good. While you are having that moment, there's obviously a brisk knock at Arya and Crumbar's room as well.
You hear a weird caw.
Yeah.
You have no idea if it's like, who is this, or stay out, or enter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the knock would have woken me up, but I definitely think the caca would have.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then again, you hear like the shuffling outside. Like somebody's kind of like leaning against the door. There's definitely pressure on the wood. There's like a kind of bumping against the door again.
It'd just be like, I'll probably sit up and be like, come in.
And there's like the door kind of like gets like knocked again, as if body checked. And there's fumbling with the door. Did you just lock your room door at all, or did you just leave it open as well?
Crumbar has no time for locks.
Yeah, so I think
I don't think
eventually
Arya would have bothered much with these things.
it's okay. Eventually, the door opens. You can see it's opened by a mage hand. As he like walks in, and he goes,
Who goes there?
"Oh, yeah, I mean, you can just see it's clearly like Rasira." As soon as the door
Oh,
opens,
okay.
it swings open
Sorry.
wide, and he goes, "I sometimes forget I have that thing, And kind of chuckles to himself, covered in crumbs. And then he goes, "I have
Can I
breakfast."
say that Ruya's probably trying to hunt the weird hand floating in the air? Just saying.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
It's weird.
It probably just starts petting Ruya immediately.
She looks very
Aw.
confused.
Yeah, and then he shuffles forward and then just like hands you plates of pancakes and goes, "These are very good. Somebody was making them, so
Oh.
I encouraged them to make more. The smell, you see."
They do smell lovely. Good morning.
I'll just
Good morning. Quickly now, they're well warm.
kind of look at them and be like, is there meat in any of them?
No. Just gives you like a weird look.
I'll be like, oh.
If you
He's saying
don't
we should go down for breakfast. Come on.
if you don't want them, though, I'll have them.
No,
Ooh,
don't say that.
Oh, you were offering. I thought you were just showing us.
No, he literally handed you a plate
Oh,
of
thank
pancakes
you.
each. Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
start like shoving them orchishly into my face.
I like the idea that even in Arya's mind, this is the level of Instagram this world has, where you just take your breakfast to other people and show them it, and then you take it back.
This is my.
Yeah, like kind of
I
like,
love
look
it.
what I got. Isn't this nice? We
Yeah.
should all go eat, sort
Yeah.
of thing.
No, he went and got it. He basically paid somebody to make more, and then brought it
Aw,
all back for everybody. Yeah.
That's nice of him.
He's clearly had a lot, because as I say, his beard is this is the only time you've ever seen him slightly unkempt.
Mm.
It's like, what would the king think?
Oh, exactly. Right. What would the king think? He'd probably think, those smell good.
Yeah, has he been to Magna yet to show him?
Did you say that to him?
No. I'm just being funny.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm at least trying to be funny.
You're definitely at least trying. Yep. Definitely. So, what does everybody do then? Because Rasira just weirdly just leaves the room and seems to go back downstairs. Or back upstairs, I think, if it's the unarmed piano. It's back upstairs. Because the rooms were downstairs in that place. So, yeah.
Oh. How are your pancakes? I'd like stick her head round the door.
So are we all together now? Yeah.
I think Isla's just popped her head into your room.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Probably also like brushing pancake crumbs like off my face.
I just feel like that, like kind of like they're too. There's not enough bite in them.
Oh,
They're
I don't
sweet.
have the rest of yours then if you don't like them. And
And I was just like, I was just kind of like,
myself and Rhea kind of like reach at the same time.
I snarl and bite at your hand like, "Ugh, I didn't say I didn't want them. And I just start like
Rhea tries to
shoveling.
peck at your hand. I'm like, there, Rhea, no, it's fine. He was just complaining.
Basically,
That's kind of
not-
like lying, but like he's more elegant.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll just sit there like, hunched over, just inhaling the rest of them. Just stand up and be like, well, that'll do anyway. So, Bastille, he needs to. How long of a recovery do you think he needs?
I think we've probably still got a bit of time.
I just feel like we should put this time to use. I'm going to go find out what I can about Santa Cora. I'm assuming there's somewhere here I can find that out. Best to be
There's
prepared.
at least a public library. It might not have much, but it's good to know what people say.
Oh,
It tells us at least what the stories are.
would you please take me to this place?
Sure. I think Serene would prefer to stay outside. Is there anything else we need?
I'll just
Um,
kind of like nod, I kind of understand, like, understandable. But
Is there anything else you need, though, is also the question she asked you.
Yeah, is there anything else we can do we're getting a hold of before we...
I'm good if Ari's got anything you want to add to it.
Yeah, I don't have anything else I need to do.
So he's pack up your stuff, he's head back upstairs to the unarmed piano, like main common room. You see Rasira sat there with like half a plate of pancakes he's working through. And he looks at everything and says, "Yes, yeah, business of the day, of course." Wiping like his mouth. And he kind of half stands up and goes, "What is our business today?"
Oh, well, Bastiel's recovering. We thought we might see what High Rock's libraries have to offer.
Yes, quite right. I'll be right along.
Mhm.
Yes, and just sits back down.
Either just looks very conflicted.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna go off. I think I'm gonna go sit in the park for a while. I
Poor
could
thing.
meet you back at athletics in a I don't know how long. A couple of hours, I
Yes.
suppose.
Just keep safe.
Arya gives you a look, kind of like, don't say something mean towards her. Now, if Grumbar got the look or not, that's a different matter.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to. I was genuinely just like, because I do still, care about her. Just she's, not allowed near a library.
That's fair.
I know you didn't want to write, but I have paper if you want to draw. I don't know if you draw. But I suppose the difference between here could be good to document.
I don't know if I or either. I haven't.
It could be fun to try.
Could try.
I mean, I thought it
Ooh.
was established that at some point Crumbar sat down in the corner of Thunderbell's library and knitted, so I think he might have, needles and yarn on him, just saying.
I'm pretty sure it was
The
like
re-knitting in the park.
Long, long, long ago, remember?
Yeah, wasn't I like AFK for that one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was how Ryan narratively excused
Yeah,
you.
no, yeah, got me out. Oh,
So Ryan's probably gonna say, Crumbar, do you still have your needles and yarn, just in case Serene wants to occupy herself?
I'll just kind of like throw Arya a glance and just be like, not so loudly. And I'll just be like, that way. I'll just kind of be like, nope, they're in my other bag. Yeah.
That's okay. I've got a couple of things I'm just gonna do well. Don't worry about me.
If you need us, cannot speak. If you need us though, we'll be at the library. Just get one of the attendants to come find us if you're not comfortable coming in.
You're within 120 feet. I can message you.
Oh yeah, and I'll just kind of like tap my head and be like,
Oh, very useful. I don't know if the park. I would know. Is there a park within 120 feet of the library?
Probably not.
I feel no.
Yeah.
But I feel Isla would just like every now and then just message anyway and just be like, I hope you're okay. The library's dusty. You made the better choice.
Yeah. The library's probably not too far away from like the governor's kind of like office. It's probably in that kind of part of town at least. But it is probably not on. It's probably not on that square, essentially. I think the park, or the kind of like High Rock Gardens as it's called, the park is like not too far away from that square as well, but it's probably the opposite sides. So yeah, it's maybe a wee bit significantly more than 120 feet, sadly. Don't worry though, there will be a day. Message will save the day.
Oh, it'll come in handy one of these days.
Yep.
Don't know why, but it will.
But yeah, so you just head off then in your separate ways. Most of you's going towards the library. Rastira sat here eating his pancakes, and Serene heading off to the park. Yeah.
right, sounds right.
It's good.
Yeah. And yeah, so Isla, you navigate them all the way to High Rocks Public Library, I guess. Yeah. You head in, you kind of get like a brief glance from like the attendant at the front desk, and that's pretty much it. You just go back to reading their book.
I feel I would totally have a library card for this one. This is where I spend all my free time.
Yep.
Yeah, you totally would. I'd be the one getting the looks.
Yeah, that's probably why they just look up and look
With,
straight back down at
twigs
their
in
book.
my hair and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after like Isla walks in, I think as soon as Arya walks in, if Ruya's coming in with her, I think you'll get a "Oi, no animals."
It's my
I'll
therapy
grumble
bird.
under my breath, but nah, it's fine. I'll grumble under my breath and I'll like walk back out and like be like, say, fly around and occupy yourself for a little while, okay? I'm sure you'll find some bugs to chase and such. And so I'll let her go.
Yeah,
And
Ruya
I'll
heads
have, like, a
straight
bit of
back
a-
for the harbour, right? Straight back to the fishing area, where
Of course.
clearly it's going to have a lot of fun.
Of course.
Yep.
Yeah, and I will take some personal joy in, knowing that I actually did get animals in the library. Because I
Yep.
still have my bugs on me and such, and,
No, your bugs are gone, right? They were
And-
used by somebody. Bastiel, I think, used them. In some kind of commune. Spell.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, so remember that was
Yes, you did. I need to hunt more bugs. Okay.
No,
that's a goal I
'cause,
have now.
I think that's when we like reassessed the spell, right? And then I ended up using my augury coins.
Was that what we did?
s-
Did we undo that? I don't remember.
Yeah, because you said you used something from your god, or because the spell materials say something to do with your god.
Yeah.
So I had to use
I think you're right.
those-
So no, yeah, Ara, you probably still have your bugs in. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I also become an animal if I want to. So
Yeah.
again, not getting an animal in the library. You think so, buddy? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tempted to transform myself wild shape into something very tiny and just like, I don't know, leave in Isla's pocket or something.
I was gonna say, yeah, just turn into a mouse and jump to one of her pockets.
Or
Mhm.
or like a little fox around her neck that looks like a collar, and then suddenly I'll move and
Like a
just run out.
stole? Like, yeah.
You'd have to be like a white fox though, because I don't feel like a ginger fox would go with my aesthetic. just saying.
But it would be even more jarring that way
More
with
noticeable.
a random fox just
It's true.
suddenly coming to life.
We've been thrown out of enough libraries.
Yeah.
let's
I
not,
know,
let's
I
not
know,
get
I
thrown
know.
out. That's-
I wasn't gonna, but I was just saying it's funny.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay. So he's all heading that way. Those of you that are in that scene, and what he's specifically looking for while here. What section do you want to go to?
So I want to find out as much as I can about locations within Santa Clara, like what churches there are, what government buildings they are, what buildings big enough to hold a dragon in are.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Just kind of try and see if I can find out like what kind of groups, happenings are in what kind of groups are. Trying to basically find out as much as I can about who would want, would have the power to withhold the Great Golden Word.
No biggie, right? No biggie on that. You are unlikely to find the city specs of something that isn't, for example, if you were looking for like city planning, that would be within the government building within the city. For example, if you were looking for the city planning stuff of High Rock, you'd have to go to Sir Rule's office. So it's
But
unlikely they will have information on another city.
they'll have the Lonely Planet though.
What about things
A
like
tourist guide to Santa
know.
Cora.
that or like things about different like groups and guilds and things from Santa Cora and
Yeah, no, I
what
can
the
have you just do
general-
a Santa Cora roll. Don't worry, we can have you look up some,
yeah.
see what you can get on Santa
But
Cora.
Tell me things of this place.
Yeah,
No worries.
Isla, what is your?
I was going to look into the place. I have forgotten its name. That
The
where Sierra said the Rod of Pa.
the Temple of
be
the
it.
Hidden Descent.
Yep, that one.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Just see if there's anything even like in the area or any like myths and legends and that kind of
Sure. Yeah.
has it made it into lore kind of thing.
Arya.
I mean, you already know what I want to research.
Is it get something to do with some kind of mountainy hearty thingy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fire elementally thingy.
Yeah. Okay. Right. No worries.
This will be our first like non-dwarven library to do that in. Which will be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, while you are all going off to look up what you are looking up, okay? Bastiel, can you give me a wisdom save?
Yes. Normal.
Oh. So, for everybody's benefit, that was to GM, just so you know.
Oh right, I was
So
gonna
I
say
can-
myself
I can
what's
see it.
happening.
I can't see it.
So, that's
Oh,
okay. Nobody else needs to know what it is anyway. It's fine.
But it's so big.
But it's so good. Yeah. Yeah.
Is
So.
that 20 or?
So, Bastiel, you find yourself standing in what probably can only be described as a plane of fire. Okay? But there is definitely that kind of dream logic to this place where you're not really necessarily aware that you don't really have a body, so you can't like look at your hands or anything, but again, it's that way where you don't think to do that anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And you definitely know that you're in conversation with something. And the words that kind of seem to be kind of resonating from all around you merely state, "What now?"
Mm. I don't think I need to probably talk here, so I'm thinking to myself.
What a wonderful world.
I'm remembering the seeing Justoria in the font of green flame, and I'm just forcing that image over and over again in my head,
Okay,
as if the answer would be obvious.
okay. I think looking at the presence senses. And what is she to you?
I guess. Well, what kind of relationship do I really have with her?
Like,
Not quite.
Had a
Arya.
picnic with her that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just say an end to freedom.
Was that an end to freedom? You said.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds bad.
And yeah, I think the presence is ours or hers.
The freedom of all things.
There is a dismissive, like vibe to the presence.
Yeah.
Right? There's no like obviously there's no pa or anything like that. There's just dismissive is the feeling you get there. And then
I'll cut that off and I'll say you're not convinced.
and then there's a bit like silence as if like they're withholding, right? There's a bit like just a brief enough thing as if that's caught them off guard that you've got insight into them, right? And then they say, "This path would lead us to ruin."
How can you know?
There is that again, withholding again, and then it says, "How can you not know?" And then the dream logic of it all is you're standing back, staring at you walking into the big column of fire again. So arguably, you might have been standing in that library the whole time you were talking to this thing. Who knows? Because the wonders of dream logic.
So I can see that scene playing for me.
Yeah, like not in the way of a dream where you can both see yourself do it, but you also know you're doing it. Both the first and third person of it all, or you've accidentally leaned on the left thumbstick in Skyrim and it's brought you out of perspective. Yeah, one of the two.
He's got this kind of engineering face on now, and he's thinking back to more of a solutions-based mindset.
Mhm.
He's stroking his non-existent beard, and he's thinking, there. Were you at least close? In terms of consuming the portal. Can we do this?
There's like a dismissive vibe again, that same wave of, somewhere between like disapproval and just cold shoulder, right? And then it like speaks again and says, ruin. I kind of leaves you with like that thought for a second.
What would you have me do?
You wish to walk the path in her footsteps. Why?
The fate of all things.
There's that dismissive, like again, like a stronger wave of it this time. And then it says, "We walk as one."
And I ask you again, for your say in what I do with us, what would you have me do?
Chan, you know what you should ask? Ask where it came from.
It's probably not going to tell me, but I could do that. Yeah, I'll wait for it to come up like naturally.
Mm-hmm.
What you got? Any other suggestions?
Yeah, I was gonna say, feel free, MD, if you have any other like thought. Plus, if you want to take a wee agency moment here, I do not mind.
Yeah, just because I'm just thinking, it's like it's trying to tell you what to do, but it's like, who the fuck even are you? You know?
I mean, technically, it's trying to tell him what not to do.
Mm.
At no point is it said, "Here's what you should do, buddy." It just went, "What the fuck are you doing, buddy?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a
But
reason.
also
to lose anything.
very much.
Yeah, aye, like, well, who are you to question what Shan's doing, you know, or Bastille's doing, right?
Yeah. I don't want to piss it off yet, though.
Okay, so whatever you said there, Scott, I didn't hear it because I had my headset off. So, say it again.
I was basically saying it's like, you know, who is this thing to tell Bastille what to do?
Mm.
That's why I'd be like, so who are you? You know?
Who is your
Yeah,
daddy?
we've been
What does he do?
Right?
Okay, so Chan,
Right.
that's back in the scene then. Let's see how this goes. So Bastille.
Yeah, so I ended off with what, as someone who wants to play a part in this now, what would you have me do then?
Walk your own path.
No, I have been.
There's again again back to like the first initial feeling of dismissive. So not the kind of weird overpowering one that you got last time. And then there is the reply saying, "You were built with a purpose you no longer follow. You have crafted your own purpose. I am bound to that purpose. Yet you chase someone else's."
Times have changed. My purpose, my course, it no longer exists. There is no meaningful way to fulfill what I was built to do. There is no one to save in those caverns.
There's like a moment of silence in this, precisely as I stated.
What are you scared of? What do you think I'll do?
Ruin. There's like no hesitation for that answer.
So you do fear death.
I fear an ending. Death is not an ending.
You have fear. Do you have desire?
I am nothing but desire.
With desire for what?
Life.
Life. My life, and you. Life. Too many times now has someone told me to live. And I feel I have been. And yet that is never enough.
And then you hear somebody else's voice, right? And like you kind of like realize you're no longer in the library. You're no longer in the big fiery big wall of death that was like surrounding you. And you hear like a kind of a familiar voice saying, "What are you muttering on about, Bastille?" And you turn round and Briglade's there.
Who's that?
Brewblade. I go to like,
Oh.
reach for his shoulder with a hand that's not there. I just gotta jab at him with this wrist cylinder type thing.
Yep. Yep.
How's it going?
He kind of chuckles to himself, kind of like bemused by the question, and he goes,
Yeah.
"How's what going? Where should it be going? Why is it going anywhere?" He just chuckles to himself again. kind of holding his belly.
Are we good to go?
He looks at you and goes, "Where are we going?"
Well, I'm thinking to myself, okay, this sounds like nothing's gone wrong. I'm going to attempt
And you
to
can his
shift
like
my arm.
lab work kind of like comes into view now, right? Like you can focus on like you've seen it obviously before. Like I believe you Nyla helped trash it. So
Mhm.
yeah, and you're looking around the lab and he chuckles to himself and as he's asking that and he looks over and he like steps out the window and goes, "Don't think you'll get very far without them attached yet, will you, boy?" And then he like zooms over to like where your legs are still being constructed.
What? Okay. Right. Where's Razira?
Kind of like narrows eyes. Who?
Oh shit. So wait, this isn't Brewblade. Oh shit.
What makes you think Rasira's 100 years old?
Damn. Yeah. I'm gonna
Hmm.
jump out of. Well, I'm not gonna jump. I'm gonna. Fuck. Damn.
Do you need a moment?
Where?
I can come back to you if you need a moment.
I'll ask him. Where are we?
He goes, "See? Now, there you go." He picks up like a tool from there, like the workbench. He like smacks it off a bit of you, like your chest or something, just like a reassuring tap, and he goes, "See? There's a question. Fitting." And he just kind of indicates at you with the tool instead of actually saying anything else to that sentence. And he goes, "We're in the workshop. Where else would we be? We're in Forge."
Forge. Forge. Yes. What is my purpose?
He goes, "Ah, straight to business. I like that. Good, good, good." And you can see like he seems to be like taking like notes with like pieces of charcoal and stuff. Seems to be like scribbling stuff down on things, like holding up the parchment, kind of squinting at it, looking at it, like changing things, scribbling it out and stuff, and then just like tossing it into the fire, as if his thoughts have went to paper. He's happy with that. Now burn it. Or as if he's it's his way of like thinking out loud. And then he turns and he goes, "Right, well, this was interesting." And he goes to like reach into like your kind of chest. You can't quite look down enough to see like what he's doing, but he is reaching into like your your kind of torso. And then he stops, and there's like a really high pitched whining that you can hear. Sounds a bit like a kettle boiling. And he goes, "Oh, tea's made." And he like stops, kind of like dusts his hands off, turns round, and shuffles over to the kettle. And as you turn your head enough to look at the kettle, and you can see Isla picking up the kettle and coming over to you.
Body.
I'm so confused.
Yeah. Yep. And you've lived this memory, right? Because Isla
Yeah.
and you were there.
We made tea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. No, look down at the source.
Yeah, and you can see your body. Yep. Your legs are on. You're standing.
I will go to the lava in the room.
Yep.
Shit. Okay. I'm going to attempt.
You're gonna try and attempt to recreate the memory that you actually are like reliving, yeah?
Well, I'm better now, but I'm going to attempt. I'm actually going to cast. Yeah, I'm going to cast Commune.
Okay. Okay.
And my question will be to the lava. I say, are we one in the same?
So you obviously focus your mind, cast your spell.
Yeah.
And there is a like bright white kind of bleed out in the lighting of the room. Like the lava gets brighter and brighter. The kind of fire stove thing gets brighter and brighter. Like even Isla's eyes get brighter and brighter to the point where everything becomes like blinding. And then you are in Flitwick's shop looking down at yourself, and you can see Rasira and Flitwick sitting at the bunker eating pancakes.
Okay.
But you're staring at yourself lying unconscious.
I'm
Mhm.
going to go over it and look into my own eyes.
No sign of life.
No sign of life.
You just hear a word, like a voice, not a word. You hear a voice saying, "You look quite peaceful that way, don't you?"
Are they? Is this like one of them in the room talking to my unconscious body, or is there someone else?
Maybe that's what you think at first. But the voice came from behind you, and they're maybe like in front of you. But maybe you look up to them at first, and then you can see that their mouths are full of pancakes and nodding to each other as if, yeah, these are good.
Yeah, I'd laugh openly like I did hear from them. Then I realised that and turn around.
And like you turn around and you see the 8 white archways.
Finally,
Oh,
some symbol of sense.
And
Some
Celeste
semblance.
is smiling, and she says, "Why is it always you?"
Well, I could say the same thing. I'm glad you found me in this malaise. Truly astounding, your abilities.
She laughs, and it does like fills the weird, hard to judge how big this place is space. Like a really overlit aircraft hangar, and not to reveal set secrets or anything. And she says, "You have a way of reaching out in the direction I seem to be."
Yeah. Okay.
Be careful someone doesn't cut off your hand if you reach too far.
Someone.
She just laughs and she points at your new arm.
I look down at it and I kind of I watch the plate shift and rotate and form into something else.
Yeah.
And while I'm looking at it, I say out loud, "Why fire in your eyes? You're a lady of light and protection. So why is there fire in your eyes?"
She smiles and she says, "Fire is light."
There's also destruction.
And destruction comes before creation.
Would you make this world in your image?
She tilts her head to the side, which is like not really behavior of Celeste, right? As if, And she says, "I am not of this world, as you know. I'm merely fond of it. But as for my eyes, seeing destruction leads the way to planning creation." What better eyes to... And she says, "What better eyes to have but eyes of fire?"
oh my God, Celeste is in league with the red.
I'm trying to take it. Yeah. Eyes of fire. Eyes on the horizon. Yeah, it seems you're not the only one. You know of the Red Dragon?
She smiles and she says, "I know of almost every component of that world.
Okay. Shit. Then you know of the creature underneath the mountain.
She nods.
Hmm. I wish to know its name.
And perhaps it should be the creature under the mountain you speak with. I would just be careful where you stick your hand. There's definitely a, like, you know, this isn't a parent telling you off, but this is clearly like your aunt trying to be nicer and telling you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, I still you stick
Like-
your hand into a fucking stream of lava, you idiot.
Yeah,
I know you
trying
were
to
dumb.
do that. Yeah.
But there's definitely that tone where Celeste's like, I'm not really here to judge you, buddy, but like, what are you up to? So yeah. I have armed you with you need to complete the task I require of you. Anything else is your path. When she says that, I need you to make a wisdom save. Hey! Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Actual 20.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep. I know these
Nice.
super secret rules, so yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know.
If it makes you feel better, it was 10 higher as well than the last one, which was cool. Just so she's known. So yeah. Not that helps Andy's maths.
Yeah.
So when she says that, there is like a violence inside you trying to get out. Something clearly disagrees with that sentiment within you. But you have like, there's like, yeah, you've got it under wraps, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. You say you know every detail of this world. Or that world.
And she smiles and she says, I do say that.
What would you make of my other half?
And she looks at you.
I would not.
And she says, I try not to see things as halves, I try to see them as the whole. And I only see you, Bastiel. There's like a kind of like there's like a determination in that voice, right? Like the way she conveys that. That's you know, if Steve Rogers
okay.
was delivering a speech, tones. There you go.
Okay. Alright then. I see. I don't know. What else should I do here?
Yeah, feel free to have a wee player agency moment if you need another one, buddy.
Yeah, what do I do, guys?
It sounds to me like Celeste is what put the force in you.
Oh shit.
no, it's
I
also
gave you what- I
kind of
gave you
backing
what I
up
need.
what the source said of you're together, you exist together,
Yeah.
so
Mm.
you're all part of one. One cannot exist without the other, type thing.
Yeah. I think that is literally the case because I tried to banish it once and I died.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep,
Yeah, but more importantly, who stopped you? Celeste stopped you.
Yeah.
because she
You know?
knows you need each other.
Okay. Well, okay. I don't know what else.
There might not
To
be
do,
anything
really.
else to do then, right? Like, you weren't exactly
Yeah.
expecting to have a chat with her anyway, so.
Yeah. About it. Then yeah, I'll end it with Well then, as long as it's okay with you. My eyes of fire are set on that being. I seek answers and information. I better get to it, huh?
She says, yes, you're both the best had. And then she smiles at you and she says, you're not the only one seeing through your eyes. She gives you like a cheeky look at that. Yeah.
Damn it! Are you all possessed by your people?
It's maybe becoming a trend.
I don't know if that's the implication that Basel would take from that scene. Like, considering like Celeste just said she knows every detail of the world he's talking about. Like, I feel like it's more a case of he's talking about things that see through fire. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So it's maybe that thing that he's been talking to 5 minutes ago. Yeah, maybe that.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
That's it. With that, I kind of raise a fist.
Yep.
Until the next time, my fair lady.
She nods kind of graciously at that, and then she just points behind you at the archway.
Yeah.
Yep, you turn, you go.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And we'll go back to Serene.
Oh,
Yeah, we're bam. So you get to the park, and there's some people out walking. Not too many people because it is quite early. But yeah, there's some people at the park. Some people are trying to like set up. I would say a tentative picnic because they're not sure if the weather is going to like be sunny or if it's going to stay a bit overcast. But they're doing that thing where they're not sure if they want to like unpack everything or if they're just going to like go back home, whatever. So yeah, for the most part, you've got some people in the park when you enter. What's the plan?
I want to find somewhere a bit secluded.
Yeah.
Just around some trees,
Mm-hmm.
more kind of woody area of the park.
Yep.
Just kind of sit down under a tree. Just close my eyes for a bit.
Mm-hmm. And just kind of like just enjoy being
Just
in
breathe
nature.
deeply, for a while, and then after a bit, I'll try and see if I can reach out to the High Druid.
Ooh.
Thinking I'll try and cast Speak with Plants and kind of reach out through the plants, through the tree. And I'll use my kind of little got my little druidic spell casting focus, which is wooden ring made from a yew tree woods.
Nice. Very nice.
Twist round the finger.
Yep. Yeah.
Over again. And I want to, see. I don't know whether I can use my story point with the High Druid to kind of together with Speak with Plants.
Yeah.
See if I can reach out to them.
Yeah, you definitely can. Feel free to consider that spent if you wish. Yeah.
And
look at you spending a story point.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey.
And I kind of just want to reach out to them. Just
Yeah.
Why did you abandon us? Why? Our magic is gone from our home, and now my people are weak and in danger. Are they in danger? Are they safe with the white dragons? I just need some guidance, please.
There's like maybe like you turn around to the tree that you were leaning against, and then you've got like your hand on it, you do your speak with plants, you kind of channel your, druidic kind of mentality, focus, power, what I'm saying. You channel your druid energies, what you brought from your homeland with you, and you ask your question. The tree itself seems to physically respond. It seems to almost like it's shifting. Like it's rapidly growing, but not getting like any bigger or anything. Just like it's like the bark on it seems to be like almost rippling. You can't remove your hand from the tree. It seems to kind of be, I wouldn't say fused there, but it definitely can't be lifted off. And then there is a massive crack sound in the wood as the tree splits open, revealing like a passageway into the tree. And then there's just like, as soon as you kind of like, the kind of crack in the tree like splits itself open, there's just that kind of rush of air as if filling a very large space within. Nobody seems to have noticed this around you.
Just kind of
High Rock is definitely like Edinburgh.
Yeah.
I just look back and forth like no one's noticed this, and then just big deep breath, and then walk in.
Yep. So the last shot we see is Serene walking into the tree and the tree sealing up behind her, and that's where we go to break, folks.
Yay! She went into the tree.
So we'll come back. Let's just say 1:15 to give everybody a chance to have the after mindfuck cigarette that everybody probably needs. Don't smoke, kids. And we'll be back soon, folks. See you in a bit. Hey, we're back. Apologies about the delay. I blame maps. So, welcome back to the Keepers of the Golden Gate session 95, part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the July 2nd, 2021. Here are the players.
Hiya, I'm Adrian, and I play Arya Bluebird, the half-elf druid.
Oh, I'm Sean, and I play Bastiel, the Warforged cleric.
Hi, I'm Scott. I'm playing Crumbar, the half-orc paladin.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Isla, the Tiefling Sorcerer.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I play Serene, the Furbolg Ranger.
Excellent. The half-orc Palladium. Yep. There we go. Perfect. Right, so, yeah. I think previously on this game, that moment ago, I got somebody walking through a tree, somebody having some out-of-body experiences, and then people went to the library. Yeah. Weird things happen. So, library people. We need some rolls to see how well you do in the
God.
library. Yeah. So do you want to give me your investigate checks?
On the top.
Investigate.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's not too bad for my investigation. I will take that.
Before we do, can I cast
Oh no,
a
I've
spell?
done.
So let's just take a moment, everyone, take a deep breath. You want to cast a spell?
Yeah, I want to cast that.
Enhance
and
ability.
Oh.
Fox Cunning.
Sure.
Yeah, it's intelligence. So yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Mhm. Just mark off a spell slot.
Yeah.
That's what the spell's for, right?
I hate not having a mouse.
I would, if we're casting spells,
Mm.
I would have cast comprehend languages on myself, so that I'm not restricted by languages that I speak.
Yeah, if you want to do that, feel free to pop it in
Yep,
chat.
I'll
and
drop
then,
it in there.
Yep. Yeah. Mark off your spell slot. And let's see. Okay, so for Fox's Cunning, let me actually go read the part of it. Is it just you get advantage on intelligence checks? Is that it? Yeah, cool, perfect. I like that they made that simple and didn't make it where it actually changes any numbers, because dear God, it's a bit of a pain in the ass if it adjusted numbers. Unless it was a nice flat +5 or +10, you know. That's what it seemed to go. Yeah, for the next hour, your intelligence goes up by 5. Enjoy that modifier.
Yeah,
No, it's just, I just appreciate the simplicity of it. Like, there is times I really appreciate the design team for 5e. They are few and far between. But there are times I appreciate them where they just went, yeah, advantage will do for anything. Cool. So, I think I'll start with Arya. So, Arya, you head through. You start looking at the elementals, and you start looking at that kind of section. The kind of, maybe it's filed under creatures. Creatures Mysterium is maybe the section of the library you head to. And for the most part, it just talks about sea monsters. So the only references to elementals you get are like water elementals at the vaguest mention. But the best you can come up with is after King Magna took over and then tamed the Midland Sea, there was a lot of cataloguing of monsters going through the Koru Straits, which is the gap the Midland Sea goes out into the Iron Sea. So yeah, and a lot of people managed to catalogue various creepy crawlies and sea monsters and various other things, making its way out of the Midland Sea swiftly. So there was a massive habitat shift.
Way. I'm half enthralled and half pissed because that's not.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing like what you wanted.
I was looking for.
Yeah, but it basically says.
So her expression's probably weird.
It's kind of why the Iron Sea is kind of dubbed by most kind of sailors that are brave enough to sail that sea the Iron Sea of Monsters, because it's definitely a lot more populated than it should be. Yeah, Okay, right. So that's pretty much what you get. Sadly, a 7 doesn't really get you much. Yep. Isla. So
I forgot I had luck points, but it doesn't matter.
that's fine. I guess it's still something to go on, right? Even if it's a totally different direction. So yeah, we've got Isla. So you go in. You obviously cast your spell Comprehend Languages, and disappointingly, you realise that this is obviously a library with editions that have been paid to be translated for all the nobles of High Rock. So
I was so excited to use that spell.
I mean, you got to use it, right? So yeah, if there's any like maybe notation from the translator in the book, you'll at least be able to read that. But yeah, these were definitely there's very few first editions here that weren't written in like, you know, the Imperial tongue by default, right? So if it's the first edition, it'll have been written in like, you know, common, for a better term, mechanically. But yes, so your subject, can you remind me the specificity of the subject you were looking up?
Oh, it was sort of myths and legends and anything about, oh lordy, the descent, the citadel.
Temple of the
I
Hidden.
can't remember the name.
Yep, the Temple of the Hidden.
The temple. I wasn't here to take notes last time.
It's okay.
The temple
Of the Hidden.
The Hidden Descent.
Yep. Perfect.
Okay.
Of the Hidden Jubilee.
Yes. The Jambalaya Cascade. No. So
Perfect.
yeah.
Yes, that.
Funny side note, one of my GMs, a couple of GMs removed, he asked me and my friend Emma, when he was helping like throw together his world, he needed a city, the other side of a desert, and they looked to me for inspiration, and I stared at him deadpan and went to the Jambalaya Cascade. And then Emma also just nodded at him and just like to affirm that, and he looked at both of them and goes, "Yeah, you're right, the Transcendent Empire." And I was like, no, it's the Jambalaya Cascade. So when that game continued, that was just our name for the Transcendent Empire, was the Jambalaya Cascade, and we made sure all the players that joined that game also knew that was the true name of the now known as Transcendent Empire. It was the fucking Jambalaya Cascade.
Amazing.
Shout out to you, Nick, just so you know, buddy. It's the bloody Jambalaya Cascade. Oh dear. Mostly because I just really like saying the words Jambalaya Cascade. Don't know why, but I think it must just have been watching Deep Space Nine, and Ben Sisko's dad makes jambalaya all the bloody time in that show, so I feel like it was rattling around my brain.
Jambalaya is just fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also yummy.
So, oh dear. But anyway, as we were saying, the Temple of the Hidden Descent, the Jambalaya Cascade. Yes. So you go and you'll start looking up. I guess maybe if it's temples and stuff, you'd start looking up something. I guess a religious angle. Maybe you'd start with. I don't know, like how you would approach this initially. What kind of section do you feel like you would attempt from Temple of the Hidden Descent? Like, if you had to give that a section of a library, what would you dub it?
Did Rasira give us like a region that it's in?
Yeah, the Bitterwoods.
Okay, I would maybe look up stuff on the Bitterwoods.
Okay.
Like if there's like a section on that, and then try and narrow it down from there.
Okay. Yeah.
I think I'd go geographical versus.
Yeah, that's good. So I think there is a book you come across during your kind of like research time. I'm just gonna assume you spend probably like 3 or 4 hours in this place altogether. That is the total amount of time. There's a book about the Bitterwoods being cultivated by the royal family. Okay. Yeah, like Justoria took a personal interest. Also,
okay.
Diamond Knight has opinions about jambalaya, not shared by others apparently. I am very indifferent to jambalaya's taste personally, Diamond Knight. But yeah, I imagine each to their own would be my statement there. I'm just a fussy person with food in general, though. But yeah, anyway, so yes, you read about the fact that the Bitterwood itself, given its proximity to places like Shadowport, is considered a dangerous place to go. And that was something that she didn't want to necessarily have be lost to, like, say, banditry, etc., given its proximity to Glitterhagen, being the biggest city near it. So she didn't like the idea of bandits making like a, almost operational kind of base within the Bitterwood to then attack the trade lines between Anvil and Glitterhagen, which the Bitterwood obviously borders. So, not ideal. Obviously, we've had Arya and Crumbar of this current party spend a lot of time going through the Bitterwood. Started the game in the Bitterwood, in fact, and they also went back to find Crumbar's tribe there, and Eric's relocation, his sudden, unexpected relocation in the Bitterwood. So yeah, quite a wee bit of time in this campaign has been spent there. But yeah, so it seems like Justoria made an effort of trying to make the place at least patrolled, if nothing else, by resources of the Empire, right? The kingdom itself. I will probably interchangeably use Empire and Kingdom, so just deal with it. So yeah, but I mean Magna and his rule. That's what I mean by I say that. So she definitely made sure there was resources assigned there. Might also explain things like why Arya and Crumbar and the gang at that time met some royal guards dressed.
No idea what you're on
as
about, mate. That never
bandits.
happened.
Yeah.
False news.
Yeah. So.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that bit.
They weren't dumped in the river. Nope.
No, whatever.
Yep.
Not one bit.
Not
It wasn't
so,
us.
Nope. It wasn't me. Nope.
Honest, governor.
Yeah.
They just felt tired, but also wanted to go for a bath.
The arrows in them were just circumstantial. So yeah. Okay. So because of that, there was a lot of interest by people either suspicious of obviously the royal family, or people very enamored by them. Because this is like the equivalent of way back in the day Princess Diana deciding this is now a national park, right? So that idea of a royal taking that much of an interest away from the city they're kind of in charge of, because obviously if you look on our map screen here, you've got a Horizon being here, and the Bitterwood's here. So,
I've just thought of something.
Okay.
right, so that's a big deal. Is that there? Yeah, go for it, Scott.
Can I just say, what if this temple in the Bitterwoods is the house we found Eremos in?
Oh.
You never know.
Ooh.
That's...
It's a place to store things. Mm.
Yep. And there's a guards outside it.
Interesting.
I mean, apparently, it had guards outside it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I mean, that's what I would say had I been there and witnessed that.
Man, let's put it this way: when there are guards, there immediately makes it obvious to somebody else that there's something to be guarded.
It's true.
So, if I was hiding something very important somewhere, I wouldn't put guards there because it's kind of obvious that there's something there.
That might be stupid.
Just
Exactly, right?
I don't know, magically hide the temple or something. So I don't think so.
So, no, I thought I still had that map. Do you know that? I feel like I should still have that map, but
It'll be somewhere in the ether.
I mean, it's given how many things I have stored as maps for this game, yeah. I think. Oh wait, this might be it. This might be it. Are you it? Let me see.
You the one.
It is. Here we go. Let's take a wee trip back in time.
The three guys just in the river. I can just now see Crumbar in cell block tango outfit. They had it coming. Wasn't
I'm
me.
not even
There's
there.
a Kitty and an Eric.
Yep.
And
That's me.
did you just put all the characters that left there?
No, so for some reason, so Eric shouldn't be there because he wasn't in the game then, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Me and Andrew are missing.
But yous have changed like character sheets and tokens a lot since then, right? We've rebuilt you guys since then, so that's why I don't think your tokens are on this page anymore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, but either way, this was funny because this still happened. So yeah, those were totally not guards that were dressed as bandits to hide their royal jewelry. Not at all. Nope. This wasn't their camp.
Oh,
And this wasn't the way.
well, that's also interesting. If they were dressed as bandits to disguise the fact that they were maybe guarding something.
Right.
They got their asses kicked either way.
Yeah. I'm glad I still had the map, though. That was nice to know that it still exists. Oh dear.
It's a very dramatic river as well.
Yeah.
I like it.
It was like what, session 1, guys? Maybe 2?
I
But
think so.
yeah,
Yep.
I think it might
Wow.
be 1. Yeah. Right. Oof. Way back when. So yeah. Don't push delete, push archive. There we go. Perfect. So yeah. Anyway, so you look through obviously these books about the kind of almost attempted reformation of the Bitterwoods, right? There's like a handful of villages mentioned that were mixed reception to the interference by distant royals, shall we say, as it's been worded politely in the books. Because arguably, if bandits are making a home there, maybe some of the bandits came from there, and maybe there's trade to be had with, recently alleviated from previous owner goods that find their way to these villages at swifter prices for the sake of getting rid of them. So yeah, like maybe they were a bit output by that, because there is not huge communities or anything, but like people do live out there, and there are small villages. It's quite a large area, so yeah. Not everybody's a city dweller, as we know. But yes, so beyond that, there is very little reference to any structures there, which is interesting, right? Like there is if you lean into like the religious angle, most of it's like druidic ways, because it's forest people that live there, obviously. There is obviously brief mentions of Fey encounters, very brief though, like very little, just enough that it's been noted of Fey encounters. But for the most part, it's people of the woods and woodlands, as opposed to like organized religion, I think would be the other way you'd put that, right? Not so much clerics and buildings, more just people and rituals and forest spirits and such. So yeah, like what you're kind of realizing is like, if there is information on the Temple of the Hidden Descent, Irock knows nothing of it, and it seems like the people that have went out of their way to look at the Bitterwoods also know nothing of it. Definitely, Justoria made no mention of it. Let's put it that way.
Interesting.
This book wasn't written by her, obviously, so go figure.
By Justoria.
Yeah.
Who was it written by?
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
what's their name?
Yes.
Well,
I'll get you a name, right? You've asked. I'll get you a bloody name. Okay.
Not Storia.
Right, let's see.
Jess Story.
Jeff's Story. A. And Jeff's Story B is very bad. Let's see.
Oh no.
Right, let's go for let's hit Jeff's name. It's by Thandi Paulina.
Amazing.
Oh, yes.
It's a great name.
There you go. It's by that person.
That's actually a rather normal game for D&D.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
I picked a random name generator. I ticked African and Roman and hit generate, and that's what it gave me.
Ooh.
I feel like
Cool.
the name should be the other way around, but either way, I like it.
No, I like it as is.
Yeah.
That's what I
I like
got.
Thandi.
Yeah,
Great
Thandi.
name.
Also, because it makes me think of Thandi Newton. And she's awesome.
Yeah.
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 Yep.
That's where my brain went to.
Absolutely.
So that's now who wrote this book.
Hell yeah, it is.
It just makes me think of Pulling My Faith and now I want to play Monster Hunter.
Okay. Well, fuck off and play one then, Scott. Hey, we don't need you here, eh, buddy? Hey, I'm kidding, Steve.
I'm not at home. Oh,
If you want, I'll play it and stream it to you, buddy. And I'll let you make decisions. Right, so... nah, too late, sorry. It would be terrible for both of us if it didn't. But anyway, so that's who wrote that book, Sandy Paulina, aka Sandy Newton, because she's amazing. Oh, so good. So there's this thing that if you're going to be stuck in a house for 10 days, if you haven't watched all of Westworld, you should.
I will add it to the list.
She is a main character in that. You will not be disappointed. She is the best character in that. You will not be disappointed. Dear God, it's so good. Yeah. So anyway, any specific questions you've got about your research? Because you can ask me specific questions because you got a 15. That's not bad.
I feel that's probably what she was expecting to find.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if she'd go much beyond. I suppose she'd maybe then. Is anything about disappearances in the woods or anything that seems.
I think like if there was anything to be found, yeah, like loads. There's loads of like
Yeah.
obviously with what High Rocks Library can supply you with, it would be enough to state that yeah, like people have gone and will sing in
Yeah,
the Bitterwoods. Yeah, it's not called the Bitterwoods because it's a happy place.
because it's a nice place.
Mhm.
But yeah, anything that jumps out from that, if there's any like weird disappearances that can't be easily attributed to bandits.
Yeah,
Should
any
maybe
those
follow.
mentions of Fae before
Oh yeah,
would definitely have led like to either
Damn it,
people
Fae.
appearing in there or people disappearing in there.
disappearing.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely that. So definitely Fae-related
Yeah.
stuff, or people just didn't have an answer and blamed the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably Fae nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Or Fae. Always
Yeah,
good.
Like
she would be
city
interested in
dwellers would do.
the link to Justoria and whether that means there might be more information in Horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she doesn't really want to go there, so
But
she'll take
who
really
has her
copious
current
notes.
office right now, right? Rasira.
Mm-hmm.
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 Mm-hmm. Yep. So there's a link. Right, so Crumbar.
Mm-hmm.
Restate your area of study, please.
Santa Cora.
Okay. Right. So the books you have, Santa Cora, that you find, talk about how since you've got ones before Magna's rule. And there's very little on Santa Cora other than it's just the major settlement down by the desert. That's it. Like, it does a lot of trade with the people that live in the desert wastes. It gets a lot of trade from people that live in the wildwoods. And it's a very mixed kind of, I guess it's like a big mixing pot of cultures, quite frankly. It's the place you're most likely to see various species, sentient or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely very multicultural in that regard. Then when you're comparing the pre and post Magna moments of his taking over, it's where most of the organized religion moved their buildings. And I don't mean physically left their buildings and planted them there, but they clearly just moved their offices. Yes. Because for whatever reason, that was still a fairly open worshipping city, Santa Cora.
Mm-hmm.
It was like very, like almost as if culturally Magna wouldn't have challenged outlawing open worship there. Because he hasn't outlawed open worship anywhere, but people don't openly worship things in other cities. Well, mostly because greed is worshipped in Glitterhagen, mostly. It's too busy doing trade as the trade capital. Magic is too busy on the go. There's too much going on in Horizon for people to care about that stuff. Obviously, Axis exists outside Magna's jurisdiction insofar as whatever their agreements go. And yeah, like High Rock is obviously completely under his rule and happy to be all the old money. So don't really necessarily care about that. They do probably have people that still, their family lines get traced back to like ties to organized religion, but For the most part, if it meant they were going to still prosper and be part of, the hierarchy of human rule, probably happy to just put religion to the side a bit. I mean, a lot of these people will probably think, yeah, Magna will come and go and we might get another king or we might get another emperor. Who knows what the hell will happen after Magna? But our house will remain, which means if we can just put our religious stuff in the drawer for now and then Magna goes away and we get something new that doesn't care about that, we'll just bring it all back out again, right? So that's pretty much High Rock's view on that nonsense. But as for Santa Cora, you could go there, you could probably find a temple or at least a shrine to a god and happily worship there without feeling like somebody's going to go grass you in the Magna.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what is really stand out about Santa Cora, almost like the spirit of this city is rebelling against Magna's rule without it actually being, as literal as you might take that by accident. They are not in any way rebelling against Magna, but they are definitely in defiance to what he would prefer. If that makes sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You'd rather it not be like that, but it is. But at
It's
the
like
same time,
if
he's
you
not
live
gonna
next door to somebody that likes to have garden parties every evening, and they're still willing to stop at 9 p.m. every day, but you still have to listen to them from 12 p.m. till 9 p.m. every day having a garden party that you're next door to, and you're like, well, it's summer, I can't really complain, but dear gods, I have complained, and I don't really. They're allowed to enjoy their garden in the heat, but every day, really? So Magna's probably in that position, right? Where he's like, if he makes a stand against this, they know he'd have to basically declare war on religion. Publicly, that'd be like political suicide.
Yeah.
To shut it down. And arguably, if it's all getting put there, he can kind of just leave it all being there, right? Because then the rest of the world are not open worshiping.
Yeah.
So there is definitely there's a lot of weird. Probably there's a lot of entries in various books under the subject about Santa Cora regarding that aspect of it, which seems like, there's definitely writers that have a zealous feeling about that. We're like, oh yeah, Santa Cora is the last bastion of the old ways, and other places are, other writers, are saying this might be the straw that breaks, the camel's back when it comes to Magna's patience. So yeah, people either flock to it or avoid it for that reason. Yeah. A better example. Independence Day, the aliens appear. Some people went to the tops of buildings to have parties celebrating their appearance. Other people hid in bunkers.
What about any Golden Order presents?
What of Santa Cora? There's an order hall. Yeah.
There is an order hall.
Yeah.
Okay, that might be a good place to start. What's the kind of ruling council?
There's a governor, just as normal. There's no details on that in this book, obviously in the library here, but there is a governor of Santa Cora. Because obviously all the cities have proxy rulers, so that Magna doesn't have to bother his ass about that shit.
Yeah. So I take it the ruler will be under Magna's jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's a city within his kingdom. Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Right, got a few places to start with, so that's good.
Yeah. Any questions you want to ask on top of that as well? Because again, 16's pretty good.
Guys, anything you can think of?
What sort of architectural styles are
Yeah.
known for Santa Cora? Like the things in your dream or vision, like if any of those might be.
Yeah.
Well, he's had that confirmed to him in the past.
Yeah, that it is just all like Santa Cora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's not like an age, like that's the neoclassical Santa Corian style. We can rule out buildings by age.
Okay, there's one. How about, is there any connection as to why Omen and Santa Cora have the same style?
There's nothing on Omen here.
Okay.
Nope. And no book about Santa Cora mentions Omen.
No worries.
Nope.
It's just a happy coincidence.
Yep, no, it's a good question though, but I think your answer is that there is no knowledge of that here. which is interesting. But you haven't came across knowledge of Omen from anywhere,
Mm.
right? Like in any of the
No.
libraries, you have never read anything about Omen.
Mhm.
Oh.
How
Interesting.
convenient.
Everything you have heard about Omen has been heard about Omen.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Or people just haven't looked up Omen ever specifically in a library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because everyone already knows everything. Except us.
Yeah, except you guys. Otherwise, where would the mysteries be? Oh no, man. No, wait, what? So, yeah.
Mysteries when you have a one-way ticket to Magic Prison.
I mean, quite frankly, you could probably get Cyril to reorganize that. Or at least attempt to.
A ticket.
Well, remember, you did ask her for transport there, and she said she would petition to get tickets to go to Omen. But
Mhm.
even as a governor, she can't just make that happen, but she has a bit of clout to request transport there.
Mhm.
So yeah. But remember, when you were heading away from the Elf Queen, and then there's a castle that kind of appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and then you got caught up with like not being birds, and then that collapsed, and there was cloud goddesses of regret, and then yeah, a lot's happened since you were meant to go and get that boat in Rock.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So, library team, anything else you need to do, or are you just going to head back to Flytics?
Yeah.
Go back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think by this
Yeah.
point we'd have killed enough time.
Yeah, it's probably been about 4 hours, as I say, as you like raid this library.
I would sporadically message Serene on the way back to see if she's within 120 feet at any point.
I can safely say,
Mhm.
all the way back to
Mhm.
Flytics, she is not within 120 feet. Unless, weirdly and coincidentally, somebody else called Serene happened to be in the way. That would be weird.
No, and I don't know if it just targets. Maybe it is. Maybe it's like cold calling.
Yeah.
Serene, come in. Serene.
That'd be a great
Serene.
cantrip cold calling. Yep, I'll just cast cold calling.
Old goal. Yeah.
Yep, yep, brilliant. I mean, you're basically doing that, Bastiel, to gods a lot of the time, right? Let's face it.
Oh God.
Yeah, literally. So, yeah, if you just head back to the library, we'll catch up with you and Bastiel in a moment. But I feel like I'm going to go back to Serene briefly, because drama.
Oof.
Yeah. So, Serene, you step into the tree. Strange phrases. I never thought as a child I'd say that to people so casually. But yeah, you step into the tree. You find yourself in like what feels like an underground kind of burrow. The way it seems to be like shaped. Like the walls are definitely like kind of made of like bark, and you shuffle your way through. It's very very dark though. Like even you're struggling to see here. And then you can hear
Yeah,
like
'cause I don't have dark vision, so
yeah, and it's like
I would.
yeah, there's like basically there's no light, so I guess you can't see. There's just forward, right? And then you can hear like the kind of the cracking, and with that splitting of wood sound again, you can see that the light kind of peering, and then like a different scent immediately hits you as the air hits you, and I don't want to say like pine cones, but that definitely that almost like a kind of a more alpiney kind of like scent hits you as you step out into like a fully canopied forest, very thick with trees, wildlife, underbrush, and there's like several different pieces of wildlife around you. Like some birds on a branch staring at you. There's like a deer just looking at you. A couple of smaller creatures, maybe a fox or like a rabbit or something. Like there's various woodlandy creatures just seemingly waiting on you as you step out of the tree.
Okay.
Narnia.
I was thinking she's Snow White.
No,
but
Snow
hey.
White. Yeah.
I'll just kind of, I'll just speak to one of them, I suppose. Just using my
Yeah.
speech of beast
Mhm.
and leaf. Just, is the High Druid here?
And then they all kind of like look at you and like do that kind of almost like their own kind of animal kind of like reactions, body language wise, and they all just kind of like turn away and start walking in the same direction, and they all stop and look over their shoulder at you and keep
I'll
walking.
follow them, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So you follow them through the woods.
Uh-huh.
As you're walking for a bit, maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes past, maybe, you're definitely following them through some kind of random montage of thick forest. You then, you can definitely tell you're not alone, right? That's probably been the feeling you've had primarily since you stepped out of the tree. The feeling of like being observed, at least, but you're now like sensing there's definitely like other movement. Is it other animals coming? Is it something else? But yeah, so you walk for like maybe like another 15, 20 minutes. And then by that point you get to like a kind of big wall of very tightly kind of bound together trees, as if the trees have all kind of grown into each other. It's quite a large wall. Like it's the type of thing that would definitely, take a hit from a catapult, put it that way. Just made of like tree trunks all twisted together. And all the animals just kind of like leave you there. And then they head back into the woods. There's still that kind of sense of being observed, and there's still a bit of movement. And can you roll perception for me?
I can.
Thank you. Yeah, like as your eyes adjust to like the lighting of that's coming through the canopy of the forest, you can see maybe they've always been there. Maybe you just didn't notice, or maybe they've just appeared. But there's like a massive line of people, like of just like either like they're against the trees, basically as if they had been camouflaged, and you're just noticing. Wait, that's actually people. Yeah, it looks like various kind of forest people, druidy-looking people, ranger-type people. As if you've drawn a crowd. And they're all like they're at the edge of the forest where this kind of like grove style clearing has appeared. So there's the big tree wall, there's you at the base of the tree wall, there's this big gap, and then there's the tree line that they're at, that you walk through. And there's just this kind of moment of like forest silence, shall we say, as you're noticing there is maybe like somewhere between 40 or, I don't know, 90 people. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people.
Uh-huh. And you're seeing that, like, they're in branches, they're up against, like, tree trunks, they're, like, underneath, like, plant life, so that you've just noticed as a person lying down there. You can tell this is maybe that feeling of they've maybe followed you through the whole woods. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. What does Serene do?
Okay. Can I use my primeval awareness?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And see if are any. Do I get any like vibes that they're particularly looking for like fae?
There is definitely fae. Definitely fae. Not like you don't get like obviously precise locations. You just know there are fae.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely. There is also celestials here, and elementals.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But this is maybe the first time you've used this, and it's been kind of like that much has happened, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yep.
Hello. I think I've been summoned by the High Druid.
You can see some of the people in the distance are like clearly like, whispering to each other and such, right? Like more like reacting to what you were saying rather than talking back to you.
Yeah.
And then one of the figures from the tree line walks forward a bit. There is maybe like a good, I don't know, couple 100 feet between you. They start walking out from, you know, their line of people toward you and your line of tree wall. And she walks out. And it seemed like she was more plant than person initially, and then like as you were looking closer, you can see it's like definitely a person wearing, you know, a specific type of outfit that seems to be made up of most of the forest around them. This person could be an elf, as far as you know. And they look forward and they say, "You summoned the High Druid, and they wish to meet you." And that's as calm as I said it. It's probably not as calm as that. They've probably had to shout that, so it, you know, reaches you. And it's probably one of the only kind of noises that's really filling this big space of forest at the moment.
Can you take me to them, please?
You see a lot of people talking to themselves again after you say that, and she looks up at you and she says, "No." And she points behind you. And he goes, "That is the way."
In the tree wall.
Yeah, and she says, "We have not been summoned."
Oh.
She then goes down on one knee and just bows her head.
I'll just kind of lower my head back to them. Thank you.
Yeah, they don't move, but everybody else is like behind that person that's in the tree lines and stuff. They're definitely all still like, you know, whispering and talking to each other.
Who are they? Why are they here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll turn around, look at the tree wall. So is it basically solid trees? Can't get through them.
Yeah, like imagine like almost equivalent of like redwood style trees, like but almost like the twisted jungle trees that you can get at the same time. Just the scale of redwoods that all seem to have grown, like right next to each other, as if you maybe decided to spill too many tree seeds into a plant pot. They've all grown twisted. But yeah, the trunks are basically like one big matted line. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it magical terrain? It seems like it's magical.
Most of this place seems magical, to be fair.
Yeah. I was like, I could not if it wasn't, if it was difficult, non-magical terrain, I could get through it easily. But it's not.
So for things like that as well, for a bit of clarity on how that type of stuff works, so if someone cast, for example, plant growth as a magical spell to make the equivalent of difficult terrain, that would slow you down. It's not called difficult terrain with plant growth, it's just times 4 movement. That would cost you times 4 movement because everybody gets that penalty, and it's a magic spell that caused it, hence magical terrain. If it was just, as I said, this jungle is difficult terrain, you'd be like, yeah, for them. Yeah, so it's the nice bonus of being part naturey, which is good. But yeah, there's no actual physical way through these trees, so yeah. I'm trying to find like if I can get an image of something that's akin to it. Like this is as close as I'm getting. It's not amazing, but I'll dump this in our Discord. Just imagine that scaled up to redwood size. See the way like that was clearly they could all be individual trees.
They're just all against each other. There's no with you. Okay.
Yeah, kind of like that idea.
I just reach out and just touch the trees.
You can indeed. Yep.
And they feel like real trees.
Yep. 100% real tree.
Okay,
Yep. Mhm.
Real
Land.
tree.
Yep.
Great. Okay.
Tree.
And then you can't lift your hand again.
What?
Yeah.
It's just stuck to the tree now.
Yep, stuck to the tree like it was back in the park. And
Okay.
yep,
I'll
then
tr-
These
The-
are dangerous to you.
then the trees just start splitting. And a path forms.
why wouldn't it? Okay. Yep.
Your
I'll
primeval
just-
awareness adds one more to the list. A
Aw,
very
man.
strong pulse of fiend.
Fiend. Oh.
Oh,
But I don't know where it is. Can't feel it. Don't know where it is. How much? Ah. Okay.
Mhm.
I'll just walk forward, and I'll maybe hold my Fiend's demise dagger.
Mhm, mhm.
Just kind of
Oh yeah.
in my
Rashira's gift. Yay!
yeah.
Mhm.
Just clutch it
Yep, perfect.
as I
Mhm.
go.
And then like the shots from like the tree line where the people are all talking, and such, and then as soon as the trees like seal back up, as you walk in, that person that was kneeling, make like a close up on their face, and there's just like a single tear going down their eyes. And we go back to Flitix.
I'm gonna die.
Right, so we're back at Flitix. Bastiel, you wake up and you hear muttering. Where are you?
Hello.
Oh, quick, offer him something. And like you hear like a thump, and then some footsteps, and then Flitwick appears at your head. He goes, "Are you hungry? Do you want? Well, Rasira brought these," and he kind of like shoves a half-eaten pancake up at your face.
I have my eyes kind of closed, and I smirk, and I think about the sauce instead, and maybe it's hungry, so I accept it.
Okay, yeah, And then he looks a bit disappointed, because he thought that was a safe bet. And then yeah, you take it and let you eat it. Weirdly,
I just destroy it in front of me.
like, do you get a sense of taste? It's so vague, right? Like, there must be some kind of like feedback. But I guess if you get taste, they probably taste like as good as good pancakes taste, and if you don't get any taste feedback, they don't taste of anything. Then right, it's weird. Fucking Warforged. So yeah, eat that. You basically chuck it into the incinerating ball of energy that is the source. Yep, and then yeah. I think just kind of like so you're awake then. This is Flitwick, kind of like how do you feel? Can you feel? In fact, can you make a fist with your hand, the one we attached?
Yes, I'll do it. Well, what state is it in right now?
Yeah, it's an arm, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'll attempt to curl my fingers. And I'm coming across like sober Bender.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm kind of groggy.
There is probably a pins and needles element to it, right? Obviously, for us to relate to this, there is probably that sensation first appearing. Yeah. It was like lifting it, but realizing, wow, that went up quicker than I thought it was going to go up. Like, what? And then, like, the tinglingness of, like, when you're, like, clutching your hand, going, I know I've closed my hand, but I can't feel that I've closed my hand yet. Yeah.
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 How's that?
And then, you just hear going, and it's clearly Rasira. And then he, like, comes around the countertop and looks over and he goes, how does it feel, Bastiel? And he, like, pokes at your closed hand.
Kind of, I guess it feels itchy. It's like a kind of fan pain, a new arm. I'm gonna attempt to let all the movable plates on it slide into their desired place.
Yeah.
So lean into.
So the Michael Bay budget comes out, and then
There it is.
Yep, the arm all shifts and reforms, and it then reveals the cannon.
Oh God.
And then both Rasira and Flitwick both just like grab their chins at the same time and just do the exact same nod and go, both at the exact same time. Where were we expecting this development? Rasira says.
It certainly looks wrathful. God, I tell you, I'm trying to look at it and appreciate it. I'm going to say to Flitwick, you couldn't get these things off my head once and for all, could you? Referring to the goggles of night vision.
Yeah. And he quickly like scampers back up like towards these tools, and like, comes back with like a crowbar and a hammer.
Oh yay!
Yep. And then like starts working on that. So if you want them off, we can just skip to the part where they pop off your face after however much effort that takes.
See colour for the first.
Yeah.
Bastiel played by a colourblind player.
Yeah.
Yes, I think this will do. I'm going to attempt to look down the barrel.
Yeah, probably awkward to do, right? Like, yeah.
I'm doing it with my hand right now. I think it's just about possible, depending on how thick it is.
I was gonna say, yeah, Bastiel's arms are pretty chunky, I think. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't have any reason why you can't look down the barrel, other than what Celeste has had to stop you from doing all this time. So, yeah. Interesting.
I'm going to whisper into the barrel. What do you think? Were we expecting this?
I think Rasira leans and goes, "Were we?" He whispers into the barrel as well. Doesn't know why you're talking to it.
Rasira, thank you.
He looks up and like recoils back. Goes, yes. For what?
For your assistance. I don't know if I could have done this without you. Flitwick insisted
yes.
on using.
Yes, quite fascinating. Thank you for letting me be part of this. Something to add to the memoirs. Yes.
Zora, I want you to know that we might find ourselves at opposite ends of the battlefield one day. You know how things are. The cogs turning in the background of the universe.
It kind of gives you like a funny look. Do I know how things are? Is there something? Did something happen? Should I be?
No.
Where? And he went to say like there's the slightest hint of the term F. And he goes, we're colleagues, right? Like surely we're in this quest together.
Absolutely. As hard as I've tried to avoid it, I find myself caring greatly about your life, Rasira. And
something we share
I want you to
in common. And he chuckles.
I want you to be safe. And as a friend, I hope if the time ever comes, you'll take my word for it when I say you need to run.
He kind of goes,
yes?
Yes. About that, not so good at the running. I was never good at fitness, personally, but I take your meaning. Yes.
Good. Have your best intentions.
I think Flitwick, you just hear his voice in the camera switch time. He's just holding the goggles up to his eyes and he goes, "Can I keep these? Or do you need them?" As he's slow looking through them.
They're all yours.
Thank you.
I love Flitwick.
He just stares through them and then like holds them up to like one eye and stuff like that and starts looking through one side of them and whatnot.
3D glasses. Invents cinema.
They're gonna be stuck to that fucking seed bird in no time, right? So yeah, and then I think Rasira goes, "Well, that was ever so slightly ominous, but good to see. In fact, try and stand."
Yeah, I attempt.
And you just got up, yeah. It's probably like just getting up after being like knocked out on your ass, right? Definitely fatigue feels weird, but yeah. Yep. And it's maybe also the difference of like I've never had a shot of adrenaline, but I imagine this would be like if you have new pathways for your energy that powers you to like find. I imagine that would be like pulses of like what I would assume is adrenaline, trying to get to them all. So you've probably got that weird level of like your body's been working overtime, even if you're not being aware of it. Yeah. I would say
Yeah.
your heart's pounding, but we know it isn't. So
I actually saw this thing where they kind of theorized what would happen if you transplanted a head. And they said one of the dangers would be all of the nerves firing off at exactly the same time as soon as the person woke up. And basically killing them instantly from shock.
yeah, which
So I'm kind
I
of,
feel like fair, right? If you're transplanting a head. Hmm.
yeah. So I kind of see what you were saying, yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's definitely like as I said, it's a mix between fatigue and like you're absolutely pumped, right? Like energy wise, I am definitely that kind of. I'm raring to go, but I really need to sleep.
Yeah.
Like, any gamer should know what I mean if they drink energy drinks, I guess.
Yeah.
As somebody who doesn't drink energy drinks, I have no idea, but I do now drink lattes. As close as I'm getting to that.
Pretty
So
close, yeah.
yeah. But yeah, so like as you're kind of like up and like walking up and down and like reconfiguring your arm, I think that's maybe when everybody else walks in. Except Sir obviously.
I just walk up.
Oh.
Bastille, you son of a bitch. Bro shake.
I go in for like a handshake, but there's no hand there. It's just a cylinder. So whoops, I stumble forward slightly.
I'll be like, what the devil have they done to you?
Slowly transform the hand back to what it was,
Oh.
and feel for all the like kind of joints in my fingers, make sure everything's clicked back into place properly. Right, let's get you a hammer.
Now you're speaking. I'm like, completely ignore the fact that your arm has just changed from a cannon. Just like, sure, you're Bastille, you do that, I guess.
Is a cannon recognizable to like everyday people, or is that? I guess like they're on ships and stuff, right? That kind of cannon.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about gunpowder as a thing in this world.
Yeah.
So I think if anybody had it, it would be on a ship, right? And that would be it. Or like on a wall of like a castle or something, a fortification. Maybe that's as close as we've got,
Okay.
cannonball wise. But yeah, I think I have an issue with it being recognized as a cannon.
Okay. Cool.
I definitely know guns don't exist in this world, so
Yeah.
it's close
Okay.
to us.
Good to know. Yeah. So what's everyone been up to?
Oh, you know. Libraries.
Another library.
Yes, well, maybe
I think
exhausting our welcome.
Racira goes, oh, my apologies to you all. I was supposed to meet you there. I got somewhat distracted here. And he stands and like kind of just stands in front of the plates that are now empty, that were once filled with pancakes.
Roughly, how many pancakes do we think he's eaten? Can he win us a pancake eating
I
contest?
have
That's my question.
noted in on the sheet that he loves pancakes.
Yeah.
Now, fact.
He definitely
Oh.
he definitely had at least a stack before he even came to you guys, right? He's liked them enough that he's wanted to get all of you pancake, which you could argue he got himself a second stack there and then, but you did see him eating at least a second stack when you were leaving, hence why he didn't go with you. And then we know through weird Bastille journeys that he may have been sharing pancakes, it does seem, with the Flitwick. So that is a lot of pancakes, quite frankly.
I just like the wording of how he got more of them from the chef, as if he used to force them to just make endless pancakes now.
I was very careful with the wording I chose, so yeah.
It's a bit Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Was it yes?
Back in
Is the
Pancake
spell?
Kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it could totally be because she was never within 120 feet of us. But Serene hasn't answered any of the calls. Maybe we should Can't find her in the park.
Any of the calls? An arcane
Well-
message.
We could try
Oh
sending.
yes, I was
yes.
just
I could help
throwing
with,
it.
Help with the
Mhm.
sending, as he's like kind of like picking crumbs out of his beard. Trying to be
Yes,
helpful.
that would maybe be
Mm.
more useful than. It was such a good spell in the village, but I do suppose it was only about 120 feet long, so that worked. Yes.
Rasira nods,
Maybe.
clearly not knowing what you're talking about, but just nods.
I said
Well-
120 feet is really small, but I'm
Mhm.
totally
Yeah.
The diameter of my village, that's how big it is.
But I also like the idea that, like, even if that was it, like, your knowledge of that place being young and growing up there, right? Like, everything would be a bit
Mhm.
smaller until you get bigger and bigger, right?
That's
So,
true.
yeah,
Places you're not allowed to go.
yeah, exactly. Never mind actually escaping and then going into the big wide world and everything being a lot further away.
So big. Why is everything so big?
So he goes, and he looks at you, basically goes, do you wish to make the contact? You do have somewhat more familiarity with Serene than I. Or do you just wish me to do the... And he just like starts and trails off.
Where's Aya? I imagine Serene is somewhere within the trees, with the greenery. Perhaps our resident druid could.
I mean, she's in this room with
Contact.
you. So,
Yes, so I think
and
she's
they're all
with
not
us.
just being a bit
Yeah.
Oh,
contemplative.
Probably
okay.
like separation time from Ruya. Probably like reconnecting.
Well, we found her in a forest once before. Yeah, anything you can do about that? My powers don't extend to the trees or the animals.
I mean, it's
Both
you're an
Arya
animal.
and Rhea give you like a bit of a look. You know, like when like animals consider something and they're like tilting their heads.
mhm.
They give you like
Yeah.
matching like head tilting looks, kind of like what on earth made you think those things work that way? You know.
Mm,
Yeah, I'm totally like,
And-
trees are related.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like they're both trying to understand you for various different reasons, because what you're saying makes no sense. To Rhea because she's a bird, and to Arya because that's just plain ridiculous, and that's not how things work. And eventually, she will say exactly this. She'll say, that's not how it works. I don't have some sort of way to point towards people just because we are both in tune with nature. Are you sure she didn't get lost? She doesn't quite know cities.
Well, we could definitely just start with the park, but I just thought I'd mention that she hadn't answered.
Oh.
Mm.
But
But
maybe
again,
she just wandered
120
off and
feet
she's a bit too far.
Isn't. Yes, absolutely. But I feel we should go and check because it's been like
Yes.
4 hours, 5 hours. It's been a long time.
Fair.
I'm
Yeah,
just
it's fine.
hoping she's not walked off and wandered off into a pub or something, because then she can lose track of
Oh.
time very easily.
Maybe we
We
should
need her-
also check
I just kind of like walking, but we need her
the.
for the things to come.
The
So
temptations of the city are quite.
Sierra like clears his throat, goes, if need be, I can go back and check the unarmed piano. In case she has went back
Yeah.
there to regroup.
yes, of course you'd go
Good.
back there.
It gives you a look like, he looks at you mildly suspicious at first, like a brief second, and he just smiles and nods, like eagerly, like he hasn't really realised you're being sarcastic.
So, I'll just say as well. Then I'll be like, well, we do need her for for the next bout of our journey. I need Bastille to help me with something, however. So
Yes,
would
something
you
about
be
a hammer.
Bang on, Rasira. Bang on.
Like
Pun
you
intended.
would with the hammer. Yes. He's just really
Exactly, mate.
excited. He's just involved. He's also
Oh.
full of pancakes, so.
Well, maybe me and Arya could go and check the park because It's always
Yeah.
easiest to rule out the obvious first.
Yes, yous look up the blacksmiths. I will look at the unarmed piano, and yous will check the park, and we shall meet back at the unarmed
And Drea
piano
will help Sir
in-
Phil from the sky.
in an hour. Yes, that is a good plan, and then we shall leave after then, so long as we have reconvened at the unarmed piano.
That sounds
Yeah.
reasonable.
Excellent. He just claps his hands and vanishes.
Oh,
Bye bye.
I'll never get used to him doing that.
no.
And as she says that, she kind of like stops herself and kind of realizes that
Mm.
he does do that
Uh-huh.
in a way.
I was waiting for it. She pulls out the eye, she teleports her and Isla away. Yep,
Yeah, kind of like,
To
oh,
the
that's how
park.
it looks to others.
it's great. I love that he's blowing a 7th level slot to go get pancakes. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say like he's just using like teleport to like go like down the street, get the pancakes quicker.
not like he doesn't actually need the exercise to work off what he's eaten already, right?
Mhm,
God.
mhm.
Oh yeah.
Or get ready for that run order from Bastiel. Be training.
Yep, yep, that's totally what it is.
I mean-
Teleport to trust Cadence $1 million.
We already know that stairs defeat him, so
Good. It's good
Oh dear, so good. Yeah.
information.
Yep. Okay, so everybody goes their separate ways. Bastiel and Crumbar, let's stick with you guys for now. What's happening?
I'm gonna ask Lytic if I can borrow a bit of space to do my magic.
He like holds the goggles up as if saluting you, and he goes, "Carry on. Just ideally don't blow anything up."
I'll try.
Or Flittig would say that without the Rasira tones to his voice, like I noticed I gave him. So yeah.
And I'll just say to Bastille, it's like, I've had a hammer before. I need something bigger than that.
I kind of heft this chunk of stone and black iron off my back, off the floor, I guess, because all my
Yeah,
stuff would be on it.
Yeah.
Off the floor. I
Well,
think this will be a fair start.
Remember, Rasira sat it to the side, or attempted to, because you asked. That's where your blessings on.
I guess I'll take that off.
Put your old arm in it.
I've already given it to someone else.
Yeah,
But,
that's Flittig's now, right?
Would do.
Oh, I thought you just took out your goggles.
And he has also taken the
Um,
goggles.
Oh, put the goggles in it so that my Molo have night vision.
I mean, technically, the thing he's
Goodness me.
hefting at the moment does have like a kind of space for like a mini brazier in the middle. It is basically like a fancy tea light holding maul that he designed from the stuff from outside Vishal's throne room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like, all the engraving work on the stone is just slithered onto it. It wasn't like rebuilt from the stone; it was just carried through and snaked around, and then it just solidified on there.
Yep.
So it's a stone wall. You gave me. What did you give me to make something? It was a crowbar.
I gave you a hand axe and a crowbar.
Okay.
Just try and subsidize your materials.
Yeah. So I'll do that. I'll take the Dusk Rose and those two things, and I'll do Channel Divinity, Artisan's Blessing.
I will say as well, if you do feel the need to add anything else, like I don't think Fleck's gonna like really say no, considering you've handed him magic goggles, right? So if you feel the need to like supplement it with anything reasonable, don't worry about asking Fleck. He's likely to say yes, given that you've given him a magic item, right?
I want something that's just vaguely coloured gold, not actually worth a lot.
So brass.
Brass.
Yeah.
Will do.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay. And I will
There
get
is
to
gold.
work.
There is gold in this shop, though. If you wanted gold, he has a jeweler's.
Nah,
Remember.
yeah, that's all right.
Also, you have gold on you.
Not much.
Right.
Any,
No, but I mean, as
You
a
can
party,
always ask for more.
I was gonna say, as a party, like if you
Yes.
if you knew you needed gold, you could have asked the banker of the party, right?
that's right. That's
I
right.
mean,
Tap that platinum.
Mhm.
I mean, I've got a vial of holy water. I was going to use it for something else, but could we use it in there?
Ooh.
Or Eremos, the Oracle's Oradax Eremos book?
Interesting. Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, so I'll spend this. So Artisan's Blessing is an hour long. I'm going to spend this. This is like a tattoo consultation with Crumbar. I'm going to ask him what the golden worm means to him. Why does he identify with the hammer as the tool? And ask him what he thinks, what he would desire, and give him this opportunity to, choose what he wants to add into it. So-
I'll just
Mhm.
off on that. I'll be like, well, a hammer can be used to build or destroy, and what we are going up against will require a reforging of the world when we are done. But to do that, we've got a lot to destroy, then a lot to build.
Now pause Scott
I
there for
need
a second.
something.
Just pause you there. Bastille, you're probably having hot, sweaty flashbacks to everything you had in your weird fever dream.
Yes,
Just saying.
I was just thinking that
Yep.
that's going into the design right
Yep.
now in my head.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Carry on, please, Scott. World, creation, destruction.
Yeah, and I'll just like kind of, I'll stand up and I will activate my gold skin, and I'll be like, "This was a blessing from from the worm. There are not a lot of orcs in the Golden Order. I want to make sure that I am remembered as the best. I need something that would accompany such a legend."
Flittig says, I'll give you these goggles for your armor.
Bartering.
Learn the art of the trade.
I'm going to. Is there Is there like a dagger or something lying around?
They take the glare off your armor.
I'll deactivate my armor just now, but yeah, is there like a dagger?
Probably not.
Or like
unless there's something of Bastiel's weapon lying around.
Mm.
No, because Flick's not going to have
Oh,
daggers
yeah,
lying around his
yeah,
jewellery shop. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a jewelry shop. Yeah, sorry, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, remember, he is a
I'll just-
jeweler's. This has all been done by a jeweler.
I'll just be like, yeah.
He's just a mad wee
Um,
gnome, that's all.
Yeah, never mind on that one then. But I will I'll be like that. It's like my eyes are already perfect as is, and I will turn to Bastille again and be like, I'll take out my vial. Screw it. You know what? I'm gonna take out the vial of holy water. I'm gonna take out that Eremos-esque book that
Also,
we found
where
at
did you get your
Oradak.
holy water from? Because didn't you not do ceremony?
No, I did.
I feel like you chose not to do it because we said doing magic nearby here would be bad, and you didn't go anywhere
That's why I
else.
went. Oh no, I did go somewhere else.
Did you? I don't remember any of that.
I think you said you'd leave it because you weren't around for when my arm got sliced off. Yeah.
Yeah,
You went off.
I went off on my own to like the corner.
No,
It'd be like,
no,
oh,
but you were in the room, and you were like, oh, I'm going to stand back, I'm not going to leave, and I'm like, right, okay, but they have stated doing magic here will be bad, so nobody does that, and you still stayed, to my knowledge. Everybody stayed, watched. So, you haven't done that yet. You can have done that in all the time that's happened since, but you definitely haven't done it yet to me.
Oh,
How
right,
long-
okay.
like,
But there's, what's
So
that?
if
I think it's ceremony's an hour, right?
yeah,
Okay.
an hour.
But like
If
you
I
could
could
you
have
can have
done
done it
that.
since, yeah, because obviously like you've had a long
Okay.
rest since then. But what I'm saying is that hasn't been done, to my knowledge.
Okay,
Yeah. I know
okay,
you'd said
right,
it,
yeah,
but then
okay.
you chose not to after the warnings about doing magic near here is bad.
Okay, well, yeah, let's
It's okay.
assume
It has
that
also been
that
like 2 weeks off.
is- Yeah. I will take out a vial of holy water and I'll be like, pardon me, I put the worm's blessing in here and I'll put it down on the table. And I'll take out the Eremos book that we found up, the Eremos book that we found at Oradax, and I'll be like, This is the books that Eremos had in his collection. I don't know if this is one, but it's definitely similar. And if Eremos wields the Black Fang Spear, maybe this can be used to create an equal weapon.
Oh, wow.
And I'll just put it down as beside you as well. And be like, use your best judgment.
This is the. You said books there? Is there two books you're putting down, or just a book? Just a book, just the one from Ordax, right? Because
Yeah, I've got
don't you?
it
I was gonna say don't you have his other one still?
No.
What happened to the other one? I forgot.
That one got destroyed, didn't it? When no, that one's still at Don Bella's library, I believe.
Sure, it can still be there then, because I feel like maybe it is still there. My brain has lost track of it, but I'm sure we could find out where it's ended up.
No, I never had these book.
Because I remember the last time I recalled
so-
that book was you being attacked by it at the doorway of her library. So if you've tossed it and closed the door, fair enough.
Everyone check your inventory. I'm gonna just check the.
Because I know that obviously somebody took obviously the Oradak book, which was you, Scott, I'm sure.
Yeah, which is me.
But I was sure you had the other one. But
Nope.
okay, that's fine. There is only so much my brain can track, at least. You know, I am finding the limits of it.
To check their inventory then now for that as well, though. Just for
It would only really be
keeping
Arya that would need to check her inventory, because let's face it, nobody else would care.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So basically, I'll put both them down and be like.
2 seconds. So Arya, do you have that book, or not?
I know I had one at one point.
Yeah.
I did have one of his books, but didn't
Mhm.
it like go nuts in Don Bella's
It
library
did. It
and like
attacked
fall
Scott.
apart and
Yeah,
such?
or Crumbar. I never ever said it fell apart. I just said all the ink ran from it.
Ink went out.
Yeah.
Yeah, ink exploded out of it and such.
But didn't you? I was gonna say, was it you that did
Explosion.
you pick it up and take it with you then after that?
Yeah. I
Okay,
do
cool.
still have
That's
it. I
fine.
think
Perfect.
in my.
So long as you've still
I
got
have
it. Good.
Eremos fave book.
There you go. Perfect. So we know who has it now.
There we go.
Good. We're up to date.
Sorry.
Good.
So
Okay.
yeah, I'll put that down and I'll be like, you know, let's see an artist at work.
Okay. I pick up the book, I weigh it in my hands, and I open it up, see what's inside.
Yep. Completely blank.
Okay. Okay. This is quite the task. Crumbar, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to run out the door and I'm going to go quickly purchase some seemingly mundane ingredients.
Okay. When you say it's seemingly mundane.
Any mushroom powder, saffron, and some animal fat.
Sure. Yeah. Spend whatever money's involved in that process and come back. Yep.
My 5 gold. I literally have exactly 0 gold now. Okay. All right, here we go.
There we go.
I make my way back, barge in through the door. I throw it on the table, and in true fashion, having my night goggles off for the first time ever, I'm going to cast 6th level True Seeing. So I have True Sight.
Oofed.
Ooh.
Oof.
What?
Oh yeah. It's the best eyes.
Can you, can you put that in chat?
Yeah.
It's
so
not.
cool.
It's in. You're still set to GM mode.
Oh, ow. What do I do?
You go to the top of your character sheet and click.
Aha.
It's like see things as they actually are for the duration.
It's such a short spell description for something that does
Mhm.
so much.
That is badass.
Mhm.
Use that on Justoria. Oh no, use that on Magna next time we see him.
It's actually Flitwick in a Magna costume.
I was going to say that.
It's Flitwick and his 2 brothers. Yeah, in a Magna costume.
So this is where you look around and everyone just looks like Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just look at the webcam. That's what you see. It's just me. That's what everybody is. Oh dear. This tree, that's me. The story, that's me. Yep. There we go. It's the ego trip spell. Yay. Right, okay, so you touch yourself, you're a willing creature this day. The ability to see things as they actually are for the duration of the creature's true sight. No, it's secret doors, blah 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 blah. Yeah, true sight is the best, by the way. Like, if it's one of those things where, see the DM boons at the back of the Dungeon Master Guide? It's the one I would like. As much as I'd like to say I want a second 9th level slot boon, true sight as a permanent upgrade to your character is just better.
Yeah,
So-
that's crazy.
Yeah,
Mm.
so
Never used it before.
that's so badass. It's also, this thing's better than the boon because I think the boon gives you it to 60 foot, so this gives you 120 foot of it, which is nice.
Oh,
Yeah, I think though the reason that is because the spell's temporary, so it gives you like an upgrade to if
Oh,
you
yeah.
had true sight for some amazing reason. There'd be like a reason to the spell still existing in your, arsenal. So
yeah.
that's pretty cool. Oh, I like that. It's good. Okay, what would you like to see? What are you gonna look at?
I want to look into the book and see what Crombar. I want to see the kind of the heart and soul that Crombar puts into his words when he talks about it. I want to see what he's saying. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a blank book for me.
Yeah, so you come back, perform your spell. Do you do the spell in here or do you do the spell on the way back? Like,
I'll do it in there because it's a moment to mix up this kind of ointment. Put it on my eyeballs.
I just love the idea of, like, obviously this big, construct of a man walking off buying some seemingly mundane items, as you put it, and just come back mixing it on the go and then just, as you say, like rubbing it into your eyes and seeing forever. So yeah, so you get back, you cast a spell, you stare at the book. Every page is completely covered in ink, like solid.
I turn it upside down and shake it, see if any runs off.
There is like an oily effect to it in the sense that you can see it's liquid move, but it's all black. But it looks
What?
wet.
Lick it.
Oh. Look
Lick
at
it.
it. I say, oh, this is something very special indeed. Are you willing to part with it forever?
Do what you must.
So be it. And I'll start tearing out pages.
Do you want to give me an athletics roll?
Yeah. Athletics. Think about that. Where are you?
Hey!
Wow.
Nice.
Oh yes!
Yep.
You tear the book to fucking shreds. It's confetti.
So you obviously tear out. Are we like splitting the book in half? Or are we tearing out like a handful of pages? Describe it to me, Sean. Describe what Bastion's doing.
So I'm basically,
I'll let you know
if
the
anything,
book
I'm
offers no
pulling-
resistance. Put it that way.
yeah. If anything, I'm pulling the spine off of the pages so they're all free
Yeah.
and loose.
So
in
you're
my
like kind of destroying
stack.
the binding. That's fine. Cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do that. As you're staring at it, all the pages go blank again.
Okay. Interesting. I'm going to. Right. Okay. I'm going to place the maul on the ground.
What are you doing with your handful of paper?
I'll save it for a second. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Wherever you're placing that, it then just starts to like run ink.
Oh, next to me. Oh,
Just
damn.
Wherever you sit it, if you're still holding it, it just pours out of the pages. If you sit it on the counter, it just pulls underneath it. If you sit it on the floor, same thing, pulls underneath it. It just seems to be like dripping ink from the pages. The blank pages.
I'll look over my shoulder at Flick, see if he's watching, and just carry on with what I'm doing as quietly as possible.
Flitwick is throwing seeds up on the shelf where the bird is hopping between two different shelves to get them.
Good.
He doesn't care about ripping books up.
So first of all, I'll gut the inside of the hammer, the kind of the black iron bit that's used to hold the light source.
Yeah.
That was meant to cast a shadow for Riz. I'll gut that out, and then I'll start the Channel Divinity, Artisan's Blessing.
Yep.
And I'll work all the metal from the axe and the iron and the brass. And I want to replace the core with basically a gold dragon
But
with
made,
its wings holding the two stone
but made of
hammer
brass.
faces. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I'm going to use the pages. I'm going to take them and embalm the handle of the maul.
Okay.
And kind of sear them into the metal using fabricate. I'm going to massage it into the fabric of the metal.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you want to pop all these in chat just so other people, if they want to peruse, they can do so?
Yeah. As I'm crafting this dragon core in the middle, I'm going to empty out the holy water into the metal, into the molten metal, because I think you can melt it down in Artisan's Blessing.
Okay.
Let's fabricate. Where are you? Bang. And then, as I kind of set this dragon piece, I kind of screw it onto the haft, and I set it into the stone hammerhead. I'm going to use Divine Intervention.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Big. This is big, folks.
And
Oh,
This is wish levels of power, folks.
Oh, fuck.
it's the most fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to imbue it with the will to set burning eyes on the horizon.
Oh-ho. Oh-ho.
Oh my god, what is this? Scroll down. Is it interesting? Oh.
It's such a hard thing to roll, isn't it? It's for Divine Intervention. Do you want to pop that in for folks?
Oh,
Dumbest thing. Okay.
It's gambling, right? And we all know gambling's cool.
so it's worth a try. Just roll.
Isn't that thing that it's like,
Your
if you
god
roll
comes
a-
and helps.
yeah.
There, it's there.
Yeah.
So, for everybody's benefit, beginning at 10th level, you can call on your deity to intervene on your behalf when you need. When you're just great. Yeah, Celeste's gonna fucking love this. Imploring your
Yeah.
deity's aid requires you to use your action. Describe the assistance you seek and roll percentile dice. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, your deity
so you can kill-
intervenes. The DM
Mhm.
chooses the
so you
nature of the
can kill
intervention.
all 11.
The effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. If your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can do it again after you finish a long rest. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's insane, but it also comes with percentile chances. But it's awesome. I love
There's
it.
It's if you're level 20, I think it just happens.
It
There's
works
no chance of-
automatically, but it does just mean it's like it's
What?
once every 7 days you have a prayer to your
Oh.
god that says, "Hey, buddy, yeah, okay, sure," which is nice. Yeah, it's great. As I said, clerics are OP. I don't know why people don't realize this. They're so good. Especially since you get it level 10, it's such a nice thing to get because there's always that chance it might work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You may as well just roll it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's just give it a try.
Yep. But we
Um,
tried, buddy. You tried. It was nice. Mhm. I like it.
Yeah. So I do that, and grin to myself like I don't know what I expected,
Mhm.
but because it seems even preposterous in my head
Mhm.
at this point, having never seen it being done.
Yeah.
And then I'll just carve like basically 2 fireballs in the dragon's head,
Mhm.
like burning eyes,
Mhm. I like it.
which kind of like owned by Celeste, but Cromwell doesn't know
Mhm. Mhm.
that.
Ironically, you don't even remember what her face looks like either. So you just remember the conversation you had about obviously fiery eyes. Yep.
And yeah, that's that. It's
Nice.
an
Yeah.
inked black iron haft with a stone head, with all the engravings from Bashal's, like Bill Kingdom, and a gold worm holding the 2 stone heads together.
Although I will just reiterate, purely for metallurgically accuracy, it's
Right.
brass.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, so you get handed essentially a big stone hammer with a cool brass dragon in the middle of it, and it has cool fireball eyes and like cool inky kind of. Was it the shaft you said was inky, or is it like on the?
Yeah, the half.
Mhm, mhm.
The long handle is black.
Nice. It's pretty
Right.
badass.
Death
Nice.
Stranding vibes, black and gold and grey.
I would just kind of like pick it up and look at it and be like,
Probably got a heft to it, doesn't it? Probably quite heavy.
that kind of looking at it and be like, ah, yes, this will do nicely.
And you hear Flex saying, "I trade you goggles for it." And then we cut away from you guys.
We cut all, which is black and fucked up forever now.
So we go all the way over to Serene. You step through the tree wall, and the light from the canopy immediately disappears. It goes dark again, and then eventually you're kind of like bathed in like orange light, as if coming through the trees itself. As you kind of walk in to this, you can see like the kind of the inner side of the tree wall that seems like curve round off in the distance. Clearly, this is like sectioning off an area of the kind of woods that you seem to be in. There is. You realise the orange light's coming from within the centre of this place through other trees that are a lot more kind of like spaced out. Not the light coming through the canopy, which you can barely see through. You're now realising this is light from within the forest, not from the sun. So, what do you do? The passageway seals up behind you. For dramatic effect in this exact moment when you turn to look at it and it seals up.
For sure.
Mhm.
Okay. Do I do? Oh, I don't know. Probably just begin with. I'll just step forward a bit and just. Hello.
And then there is like a slight tremor in the ground. And then like bits of the ground start to like crack around you. Not like where you are, but like as if narrowing your options. Let's put it that way. And it seems to be making like a kind of rudimentary path towards wherever this orange light is coming from.
We'll follow the path.
Yeah, you are noticing a very distinct lack of wildlife now. Where like it's almost eerily silent here. Whereas before, even if it was quiet, it was still like, oh, it's woodland quiet though. Where you can still hear life. Yeah, there's none of that here. It's up to you. Would you like to use your primeval awareness again?
I will. I will use it again.
Okay, yeah,
Find it on my sheet.
perfect. So,
It's done.
it is only Fiend you detect at the moment.
Oh, great.
Mhm.
Great. Amazing.
Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. And then, yep, you follow this path through. It's getting warmer. Definitely warmer. I don't know if it's maybe because you're surrounded by trees now again after this side of the tree wall. You're starting to kind of walk through a thick forest area, getting towards the source of the light. You work your way through there. You maybe walk for a good 10-15 minutes again. You get through the land definitely seems to be adjusting itself to guide you. Very deliberately. Like you could almost imagine if there was a giant god figure with a trowel just deciding to stick the trowel in front of you and drag it all the way they want you to go. It's like that level of like blunt. The shaping of the land. Not really caring about the mess they're leaving behind. And yeah, you head through until the kind of orange light seems kind of blinding. The heat seems just a little off searing. And you're presented with a big wall of fire. In the center of the wall of fire, suspended with branches coming from all sides of the edge of this pit, is bound in the center the demon Justoria.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And then you hear a voice from behind you. And it's a slightly masculine voice. And it says, "I'm glad you came."
Dinner's on.
Oh god.
What do you do? So, weird tree-bound, in flames demon Justoria suspended above fiery pit in the middle of there, casting orange light everywhere through this forest prison. And then a male voice behind you saying, "I'm glad you came."
Did you do this?
Is that
Is
you
this
saying
by
that?
your
not,
hand?
Not turning round.
Not turning
Yep,
round, or
mhm.
just...
Yeah, you say, "I have done what I can to stop its destruction." And then the voice seems to be moving closer, and it seems to like stand beside you. And you kind of look down to your side, and there's, some kind of amalgamation of like tree, man, and beast. Like, part stag, part man, part tree. That seems to be like hard to place what it is when you're looking at it at any one time. And it seems to like settle on being like a kind of what you'd expect from like a kind of typical Druidy man lost in the woods for too long. He kind of blinks a couple of times, just the orange light reflected in his eyes just from the inferno in front of you. And he looks you up and down and he says, "Your connection was strong, stronger than others I've needed. You reached out to me. Did you know of this?" And he motions towards the demon.
Yes. I knew that the princess had been taken over by some kind of demon, turned into some kind of demon. I don't know. The others said it had happened when she closed a hellhole, but then it happened again.
He's like nodding just to the story. And he says, "That's no longer your princess. It may have been once, but that thing has clearly altered what she was once. Hollowed her out, made it its own. Or made her its own." There you go, there's the phrase.
Does she still live? Is she still in there somewhere?
There's like a tone shift in him. And he looks at you and he says, "She is gone. You will let go of that attachment if you are to preserve." And he just looks around everything that isn't the big inferno. He says,
Does he know what took her over?
so then he says, "You reached out to me. I in turn have reached out to you. This cannot be allowed to grow.
how do we stop it from growing? Is it the cause of the hellholes or the breach? Is
How,
it
how does one
growing-
stop any fire?
put it out? You smother it. You
He just nods again, as if already knowing the answer to this.
I don't know what I can do to help this.
He looks you up and down and says, "You really don't realize you're..." And he kind of like stops there and stares at you, like as if this is like unexpected for this thing. And then he says, "You're of the Cairnwood, yes.
Yes.
You have brought their magic, yes.
Yes. What's
Y-
left of it?
Your bloodlines have fought the Fae. Your bloodlines are entwined with the Fae. Your bloodlines have served the dragons."
Yes.
And he looks back at the figure suspended with all like the kind of constantly regrowing branches that are like being burned away by this figure. I think when you're looking at what he's looking at as well, you can now hear for the first time past the roaring inferno of the like agonizing screams and wails this thing is doing as it's trying to writhe and break free. It's probably hard to kind of pick out with the noises that are going on in this place. And he says, "My strength is fading. Fire is the enemy of the forest. You have the way to stop this in the Cairnwood. You may need to bring them here to stop this."
Just scribbling.
It's okay. Take it. Any idea what you're talking about?
Oh no!
You could roll insight if you wanted.
What does he mean?
I always feel like insight's the GM. Can I have a bit of a clue, please? Skill, which
Oh.
is, help, please.
Help, please. Aha! I'm great at insight. This is where I roll a 1, but
Hey!
Ooh.
You did roll a 1 with a 20 attached. Yeah. So he spoke about what's in your home, your connections, and what the enemy of fire would be.
mortar.
Okay. So
Um,
what's in the Cairnwood?
We've got a big lakey thing.
Okay. But what might you have been responsible for in the Cairnwood?
Can I tell her?
Nope. Let's
No.
let's give Callie a minute. Any ideas? So let's go over what he said. Your blood is tied to the Cairnwood and the Fae and the dragons that you were in service to and what you brought to the Cairnwood.
The icy dragons.
And you filled the Cairnwood full of a bunch of white dragons. Yep.
Icy dragons. Okay. Cool.
Ice dragon.
So stressed. Oh, okay. So the dragons, they will help. They are.
He looks
They're
at this.
not.
They are not mine to call. He looks in
Do you-
pain, right, when he's saying that as well, like as if he's like wincing, but like trying his best to hide it, and you can see it now because you rolled insight 21. So yeah, like this is a figure in pain.
Is it this fiend, this thing that's doing this to you?
He looks at you and he says, "I am the forest that walks." And he waves like to like the ground, like vaguely. He goes, "I am everything here. I'm the only thing holding it back." And maybe if
We'll
you
try
look,
and-
you look back at the kind of obviously the figure as it's like clearly incinerating branches that are desperate to like kind of bind it again.
Yeah. I'll do what I can. I don't know if the white dragons will help again, but
He looks at you and he says, "You will do what you can, just as I have done."
how do I get back here with them if I'm to defeat, destroy, stop this
He looks
thing?
at you worriedly and says, "I need you to bring them now. I am fading."
How do I bring them now?
Mhm.
Do it already, Callie. What you waiting for?
And then he kind of winces in pain again. He kind of clutches at himself. And then kind of like steadies himself and stands back up. And he says, "I cannot hold it much longer." And he
It's
kinda
not
like,
a throw.
he's kind of like just looking at you. Like, I wouldn't say with desperation, but definitely with like urgency in his eyes.
What can I do?
Mhm. Like,
Destroyed story.
I think like as you're having that moment of being like, what can I do? Yeah. He turns into like, a bunch of various, insects and whatever, small things that dissipate back into the forest life. That, turn into like moths, that turn into leaves, that turn into, the dirt. Just ceases to be a form in front of you. But with a special effects budget. And all the branches burn away and snap, and there's a massive wave of heat that knocks you to the ground.
Oh, crud.
And there's just a wailing coming from the demon in the center. And that's where we end the session.
Oh.
Oh, balls.
So,
Okay.
what would you like to name the session?
Mm,
Ooh.
Do your worst.
I have a suggestion, at least, so I'll pop that in.
Yeah.
It is a bit long though. I also like Eyes of Fire.
I think we're kind of like between a rock and a hard place now because, like, the GGW really needs us.
I was going to
and
say, are we
this
torn
guy-
between two dragons?
mm,
Mm.
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 Oh,
Just to join in.
no.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to suggest
It's not terrible. Gone Girl is not terrible. Just for those that can't see.
Walked into a tree.
Mm-hmm.
it's also the fact that it was like when she asked, "Is there any way to get Justoria back?" It's like, no, she's gone.
That's
That
true.
as well.
Double.
What does he
Double
know? He was
meaning.
a bunch of moths that were a bunch of leaves that were a bunch of soil. So what does he know?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's review what happened. Right, pancakes.
Mhm. How-
That's it. That's all I got.
Pancakes.
Out of the
Oh.
pan into the fire. There we go.
We did that already.
Probably. Yeah. It
I said
doesn't,
if you put brackets cake after pan,
Mhm.
totally works.
No.
Out of the pancake.
Oh yeah, it was
It
out of the
takes
forge
its
into the
time.
fire.
Mhm.
That was hilarious, I'm saying that.
Seventh level slot for
Or just-
pancakes.
Or just
Okay, so let's actually review what happened, right? So we had this handful of things that happened. Yous all went and rested and then got pancakes, right? Bastiel had a weird multi-out-of-body experience. Okay, which was very trippy. We had obviously a walk through the forest, plural, for Serene, with some possibly very unwanted revelations. Yep, we had some very, very uneventful library time.
Yeah.
oh stuff.
Yeah, I'm not saying it wasn't useful.
But no one, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
when I
it's the least
compare-
eventful.
hmm Like the only time less happened was when you got to the library that was locked. Uh-huh.
That was a good uneventful library time.
Oh, what was that one that we had before? Was it libraries and something else? What was that? That was too far up.
Oh, libraries and
libraries.
liabilities.
That was it.
Liabilities.
Yeah, libraries and liabilities. That's way up. Let me just reply to myself. There we go. It's up there. I am willing to vote for myself on that one. Because it kind of does cover. I mean, liabilities is such a broad term, right? There we go. It's redone if people wish to. But yep, so put your votes in unless you've got other suggestions. What have we got? Something else? I think just putting Thandy Polina is a bit too abstract though. It was interesting as she seemed to be.
Otherworldly journeys.
Yeah. Maybe what Thandy's book was called.
Both of you had some very strange journeys, didn't you?
Mm.
Did I perhaps add that? No, I don't think it's probably good.
It's okay. So far, yeah, we got 3 votes for the forest that walks shall burn.
Yeah, to be honest, that one does sound.
Do you mind if I drop the? I think I can get with forest that walks shall burn. Just for the sake of trying to shorten titles. In fact, no. How would you like to kill a dragon? It's pretty long. I think I can fit in the forest that walks shall burn. If that fit in, that will fit in. That's fine. Excellent. There we go. There's our title. I don't think we've used that one. No, we haven't. Good. I can't believe how excited I got at Burn after reading and then we'd already used it.
And after reading part 2, you should have just.
I know. Yeah, and that one could probably easily be part 3, arguably. So yeah. Right, so that's our title. The Forest that Walks Shall Burn. Also, Jambalaya Pancakes for Diamond Knight was a suggestion of Spray Kids.
Oh.
You're right. It should have been just Jambalaya. Should have been the name of the session. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Crumbar, if you didn't have inspiration, I hope you marked it. It was bought for you by Tom.
Oh, was it? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll just mark it just because I don't have the stream open.
Perfect. There we go. So yeah, perfect. Right. So let's look at goals. So we didn't use our Dex resources to find out more about the eye. Just gonna let you know that now.
Nope.
We did not locate the Rod of Pa because again, that is like ideally laying claim to its actual location with definitive conviction. Not just Rhaenyra says he's convinced it's here.
The Rhaenyra said.
Yep, but Rhaenyra said that goal was complete. Learn the artifact's name and use. Nope. Locate the
Nope.
GGW. Nope. That's the same rules as the Rod of Pa. Successfully commune with the High Druid. Guess what?
We did it.
We've done
Yeah.
it.
Serene did it.
Did it.
Mhm. Right, so that can move over.
Does Serene want to move that over then?
Yeah.
Got underneath install Wrath, which was our last goal. That was completed.
Oh.
There we go.
But aim out small.
It did. That is odd.
Yeah.
Weird. There we go. And yeah, right. So personal goals. We have Find out what was done to the eye. Nope. Ari never got her personal goal. We didn't learn the Heart of the Mountain's name for Bastiel. That's fine. You did ask Celeste that. So that was at least something.
Yeah.
Serene has contained closed the fiery death hole I opened. There's been a lot of advancements to this similar, like, parallel plots, so we'll come back to that. Isla, uncover new information about tieflings linked to the Abyssal Breach. Not yet.
Nope.
Grandpa, free the GGW. No.
Yeah, we did
If
that.
anything, you've now essentially asked somebody to trap another dragon in a stone prison that you're now going to swing at people's faces.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. So, let's talk about what you would like goals to be. Let's look at our general goals. There's a blank slot.
Ooh.
Mhm.
What's the ideas for that?
Even if no one else has anything, could use it to stop
Yeah.
that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gain aid or
They're not Justoria no more thing.
yeah.
Alright,
There's
so we're
got
not
to be a
going
pun with
forward.
that.
What happens to the W now then? Is that on the shelf?
No, not yet.
Okay. We have to pick some like a drastically different direction to go next week.
Just Fox.
I've got so many like
Very good.
avenues now. I've got another one in the mix.
So what he's actually putting there, because I'm not just going to write just Foria and laugh at myself. So yeah. So
need to-
how do you word that? Yeah.
Yeah, what to do?
Summon.
Mm.
Summon aid.
The beacons are lit, you could say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The forest that walks calls for aid.
Yeah, the
Just put,
White
yeah,
dragons. help, please.
just put, what about,
Apply white dragon to forest problem.
Yeah.
Fire plus white dragon equals
Hopefully,
Problem
happy
solved.
face.
Sorted.
just that? Just aid the
Profit.
forest?
That's big as fuck, Scott. Like, yeah. Like, I think we have a lot more words we can use to qualify that goal, so we should.
I feel like specifically like white dragons have been like requested.
Yeah, said these will fix it. Get them to fix, please.
Yeah.
Aid the
Apply.
forest, silly boys.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is Serene's, like, ultimately what would you like to happen? That's what I'm going to ask you, Serene. Like, what in your idealism, like, kind of way, like, what would you like to happen? Describe that to me.
Get rid of the fire boy.
Okay.
I don't know. Stop the fire boy from burning the forest, killing
Okay.
the forest.
So, yeah, like, stop the demon destroying the forest?
Yeah.
There you go. That's a goal.
Why are we calling it? Isn't it just Astoria, or is it a different entity?
The reason why I am referring it to the demon is because that's what the forest that walks called it. So whether or not you call it that is entirely up to you. But it's not like they seemed particularly familiar with Astoria. Mostly it said, that ain't your princess anymore.
Yeah.
But again, wouldn't you say that if you were being constantly burned by an angry boy that's appeared in your house?
Might not. It might. Maybe she is.
Imagine that.
He's just like, it's not your princess, you know.
Yeah, she's burning my forest
Burning
down.
stuff, yeah.
Okay. I love how you all had a reason that it's not her, and I'm just like, yeah, killed Astoria.
Get her!
I don't know if she can be saved. Like, we might have
I,
to.
I,
That's the
I
sad thing.
think
Yeah,
I think there's a certain man whose name begins with M, might see himself as a bit of a king who needs to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think if yous decided to attack what user convinced is Justoria, now demonically
You take it badly.
repurposed, right?
I
think Magna would be a bit miffed, yes.
I definitely,
Just a little bit.
yeah, I definitely think inform Magna of Justoria's condition. Transformation.
He knows about it.
I feel that's a
Not like
secondary goal, though, to stopping the forest
I'm
getting
letting him
better.
know where she is as well, because he might
Yeah.
know what's up with her. But
It could always be that you might want to either try and get, for example, stop the forest burning, using white dragons and or Magna. You could add that
Yeah.
in, right? I don't mind an
Yeah.
and or, so long as both are
I'll
relatively challenging.
I'll take that up.
Because that's at least very obvious what happens. When it stops burning, I'll know yous have done it. And if yous happen to use the white dragons as requested, or Magna, doesn't matter. Right? But that covers you with looping him in, at least a little bit.
Mhm.
Obviously the and/or is in case he says it go to fuck, I don't care. At least the Forest that Walks was like, got a white dragon hookups when you have any chance you can call in that call that in, please.
Dial
There we go.
349.
You happy
for
with
white
that goal
dragon.
then? Happy with that?
That's
Okay.
good.
Are any other generals getting changed?
I don't think so.
Uh,
No, I don't think so.
yeah.
What about personal goals? Any of them changing?
Mm.
What are we doing next week? I think we're just going to go down that route.
Well,
right?
I'll tell you immediately what I'm doing. We're going to make sure that Arya and Isla don't find a certain Furbolg in a certain park. Will definitely come
Yeah.
up next week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. I
It's like
feel
a-
like that's the
How we'll
prologue.
know where
Yeah.
she actually is gonna be.
yeah, that's an
problematic,
interesting.
but yeah.
I mean, you are a
Oh, shit.
druid. You could attempt to ask every tree in the forest or in the park,
I'm saying.
Oh.
right?
I literally do that.
I do think Rasira has offered to do sending.
Yeah,
we
he also
should just
offered-
go
yeah.
and ask him to do
okay.
sending.
Yeah,
Like
that
he was
might be
very
the
like,
way.
I
That
can
would
do
be the
sending
way.
unless you don't want me to, and then we never took him up on it.
Oh, he was very.
And we all
I'll
just-
go
Yeah.
check on the pancake. I mean, in case
Yeah,
we went back
yeah.
to the unharmed piano. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So, are any personal goals changing? That's again what I'm going to ask. Because that was a good question from Shan, asking what are you doing next week. I think I know that Serene's a wee bit caught up in next week. So, yeah.
Stuck.
Mm.
Forever.
Mm.
Can I choose of the week? I'm definitely probably not going back to the Forge.
Okay.
So,
I think
I don't know what
you
to-
don't really have much business other than checking in with whatever Don
Safe.
Gabella finds about how they move the lava.
yeah.
That's the only really thing I've got left in the Forge, other than also bring, the Celestial Guardian of the Heavenly Host Arsenal to justice.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's
Yeah.
Crumbar's problem.
Yeah.
Oh, Crumbar has lots of problems.
So does
It doesn't just
Bastiel
start there.
with, Hela, the death goddess of the dwarfs. Yeah. There's that
Yeah.
too. But it's okay, you've got an upgrade now, that'll help. Um,
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I think any personal goals changing then? Or put it this way, do you think you'll achieve your personal goals or make progress on them next week is a good way to look at them? And if not, do you think there's something that you will be doing instead?
No idea.
For me, no, simply because my character doesn't know about some of these things that have been going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those
I
are
don't feel like I
qualifiers, right?
Should or could
So
change anything.
for example, if you wanted to say, I want to use, I don't know, let's say it was, use the eye to help do X, Y, or Z. If that needed a qualifier, such as learning about that situation, you can make that assumption. The risk is the goal just might never happen if you never make
Yeah.
that leap in game.
Mm.
But I don't mind just writing a goal based on that. It just the risk to that is that the goal might never work. Right? And I'm not going to tell you that ain't never going to happen, because that's the metagaming side where you could just try and get the entire campaign out of me through goals. So yeah, but if you wanted to put I don't know, let's say it was use all my amazing druid wizardry to build a giant fire truck to help Serene put out the fire. That could be a goal, right? I'm being flippant for a reason, obviously, but that could be a goal, and you just have to take it with a pinch of salt if you never learn that she's in need of help, because then you can never achieve the goal. You just have to change it next time at the end of the next session. But I don't mind if you make goals that have qualifiers you haven't achieved yet, so long as you know you'll achieve them, that you'll work towards getting that. then it's no longer metagaming. You'd be able to just say, now my character knows this, right? Because
I can know.
like literally going, oh, we don't know anything about Serene, but you know you could get contact with Serene, assuming sending works, and you have 2 people in your party that can use sending. So, being Basira
True.
and obviously your Bastiel. So, yeah. And you also know Cerule.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Like, these are a fairly well connected party, right?
Use dragon connections.
Mhm. Call in favors, right?
Yeah. Activate dragon
Mhm.
beacon system.
Yep. Everybody turns out the Power Rangers. You build a Dragon Megazord. Yep. You go and punch the Demon Justoria. Yep. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you think if we get all the 5 dragons together, they become one giant dragon?
Hopefully not.
Tiamat.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah,
Whoa.
that's how you get Tiamat. Do you want Tiamat?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, you don't want
Maybe not. She could be cool.
I mean, the cool thing is,
definitely.
Tiamat isn't in my lore, but
Yes.
I do love that side
Yes.
of I do love that side of D&D because that's one of the cooler parts of dragons in D. It's like being the Hell Beast ruling 5-headed dragon queen. Yeah.
And then there's just Bahamut being there where he's one head like a dick.
Aye.
Just letting the side down.
Fully dragon.
Alright, so I'm going to repeat my question. So
Okay.
going once, personal goals.
Actually, yeah, I'm good.
Gotcha.
Get out of the way. I can work on it next week, wherever we are.
Going twice, any changes?
Mm,
Going 3 times. We're done. Good. I'm very pleased goals are done. Thank you, everybody. We completed a goal, guys. That's awesome. That's XP.
that is XP.
Guess
That
how much
is
XP that is?
1100.
More now.
Mm-hmm.
How much? 1100.
Oh my gosh.
Split up.
Connect.
88300.
Yeah. Look at that. Look how nice it claims now. So good. He shot me down. Bang bang. That awful sound. So, right. Everybody updated their totals. 88300. Good. Ah man, it's nice being this side of 10, isn't it? On the old leveling. Whew. It's crazy. It's crazy. Just the scale of the game is so different when you're this side of level 10. Just when you introduce crazy things like divine intervention, right? Like it's such a step up.
Yeah, I noticed that. I liked that. I could just be like, yeah, I'm going to fabricate a really cool gold dragon. And you were like,
Yeah.
that might not be your wheelhouse. Like, you didn't say that. You were just like, yeah, you do it.
Yeah.
Guys, we're only like 10.5 goals away from another level.
And if you've noticed,
It can't be.
this party screen has how many slots exactly can you have a goal? So in theory, you could get 10 goals done in one session if they all synergized somehow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just saying.
Oh,
Right?
Might be
'Cause
a little bit tricky.
I know it's a bit optimistic, but there is 10 goal slots, and likely you could somehow.
Yeah.
That is like the peak performance of the goals
That
sheet
would
as
be
it is,
crazy.
right? Was it you guys that did it, or was it another game? Because one of the games, I think it was this one, but there was like 5 goals done in one session.
Yeah, I
'Cause-
think it was just before I joined.
I think it was this one, right? Because in fact, I could check with the session tracker because apparently I was smart enough to put values in for that stuff. Let's have a look. Screenshot. Yeah, because there was 4,000 XP gained at one point. The Justoria session. So that was level 8. So that does sound about like 5 goals, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is.
Oh.
So yeah, there we go. What's this one? Thank you, Brain. And that was only on session 74. Whew. So I mean, it is possible to get a lot of overlap. The problem is a lot of those goals were like I think long in the tooth by that point, where it was like this was now the perfect like synergy session. But anyway, we've updated our totals. We're moving on to the wrap-up chat phase of our game, and I want to start with Bastiel.
I actually got quite a lot done. Pretty much. I mean, what I like is, mainly because I'm out of money. but I've done everything I need to do here. We can just, I'm ready to just rip into the next session, dive into the next big thing. That's exciting. Really quite productive today. It was great.
Oh, good. Yeah, bit of a journey you went on yourself. Yeah.
And like there was time to get through Crumbar's hammer. I wanted to do that. And I remember I sent Ryan my spell list at the start of the session, and it happened to have True Seeing on there. And I was thinking about, okay, when we get to the Rod of Pa, I want to see this temple and stuff. But it just happened to come up, like, oh, a book. How can I read this? The exact spell I prepared.
Isn't that nice when that happens as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously I don't necessarily take your spell sheets and then pour over them and be like, yes, now I'll plan my session. I mostly do it so that when I have my planned session come up, you just can't be like, I prepared the spell for this, haha. And changes the text on your sheet.
I don't think you could have prepared for like Crumbar suddenly whipping out the book to make a weapon. Like I was kind of stumped when he said that. I was like, okay, how do I make this work here? Put that a book into a weapon. But,
I mean, to be fair, like it's good. I like the scene. It was nice to see, obviously, Crumbar utilizing the actual master forger in the group, right? I mean, literally like forging as opposed to a forger. So yeah, that was good. It was good, and also just utilizing stuff you have, because like you've been carrying that maul around for a while, right? As I said, since the Ashen Kingdom that you were stuck in, outside Vishal's kind of throne room. So yeah, it was nice because I remember you were like, "Can I just make something?" I'm like, "Sure, I don't see why not. Nothing's gonna stop you." So yeah, you can make yourself a big hammer with a cool like tea light candle space in the middle of it, which I thought was kind of cool. And I remember you'd said to me, obviously, you were like, "Yeah, I like the idea that it can cast shadows." And I'm like, "It's kind of cool. Yeah, I like that too." And it's just been on your back for a while, because you never use it because then kind of made yourself the Elf Queen axe. So yeah,
it was interesting to use that and seen Riz's little teleporting through shadows ability go off through that. But oh well, replaced it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That's fine. Yeah, and he has the joy of being stuck with Mark now in a spear. So yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, okay, not good. Anything else, buddy?
Oh, good. GG.
Yeah, good. Arya, our resident druid.
The resident druid's kind of been a bit, slightly out of her element because she had to go once again in a building. Not quite happy with that, especially with the no animals allowed.
I know, asshole.
Silliness,
yeah.
but yeah, it's fine. She got the last laugh, and sadly didn't really learn anything useful. I think this is the problem with civilized society. It's not very easy to learn things. Things are hidden, and you need people to like reveal these secrets to you. You can't just pick up a flower or a mushroom and analyze it yourself. Oh well.
Yeah.
And yeah. So now we're trying to. I'm guessing she's getting a little bit frustrated because by this point she'll probably think the Serene just wandered off. And she's like, oh, come on. She had one job to just stay there.
Yeah.
So she's kind of getting a bit tired of people wandering off somehow and then us having to like figure out where they went or what trouble they got themselves into. She's just eager to get things sorted.
It is a nice split screen image though, having like seeing Arya like crossing her arms in the park, tapping her foot, going, "Where did she go? Why do people keep wandering off?" And the other half of the screen's just this raging inferno, and Serene going, "How do I bring the white dragons?" Yeah.
I know. That's why I'm thinking it's funny because she's in mama mode, but she has no clue how much Serene needs help right now. So yeah, that was fun. I'm looking forward for next one because obviously that might be when Arya gets to meet the High Druid as well. So
Exciting.
it's kind of like meeting a celebrity. Let's face it.
Yeah. As an actual druid, yeah.
You
Definitely.
never thought you would ever meet them, but wow, they're even more intimidating in person.
Yep. Or disappointingly, disappointing sometimes. You're like, ah, damn, this is it. This is all you got. Yeah.
I know that's the case with real celebrities that are people, but
Yeah. I did latch on mentally when Ryan was like, Serene, you look down and see a man. I was like, oh, he's small. Huh.
Yeah. I mean, it's also because Serena
So
is so
Serene's-
bloody tall.
Well, I am 7 foot tall.
Yeah.
Taller than the Hydra.
Serene looks down at everyone.
But like, so like, Bastille, you raise a good point though. There was a very like, it wasn't purely based on Serene's height. It was to really hammer home, this is a person struggling.
Yeah,
Right.
he's
Yeah.
small. He's like
Mhm.
not. Yeah.
Even the struggling to pick a form to show as well. Like, is it tree? Is it man? Is it beast? Right.
Yeah.
Even that of how am I talking to this
It's
person?
Superman.
Yeah. Is it a bird? Is it also a bigger bird that may be confused with a plane in the future? Or is it Superman? Yeah. Sorry, Arya. Anything else to add, my dear?
no, that's me.
Perfect. There you go. There you go. If you want to know, Rui had a great time diving into the sea, getting fish.
I bet she did.
Yeah.
She's probably like so fat right now she can barely fly.
Just feathering like your chest, being like, "Yep, tasty." Fuck your pancakes, Rosira. So, yeah. Grumbar,
Yes.
you got yourself a mall, right? It's all right. Pretty good. Pretty fancy.
I mean, it's definitely in the making.
Yes.
I think today's session went like really. I liked the flow today. I didn't really feel like anything really kind of lagged about or there was too much humming and hawing. I think we got a lot done, which was really good. Sad about Justoria. Really fucking sad about Justoria, but yep. Kind of feel like it was our fault. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna need to wait and see what happens.
Yep, and I like the fact that you did bring up Magna as well. It was a very good name to bring up regarding Justoria's fate. Yep. Definitely somebody that would be interested to be updated. I wouldn't like to be that messenger. That's all I'm gonna say. So my suggestion would be make Rosira do it. Yeah. Watch how quick his spine vanishes. Yeah. Anything else, buddy?
I love you.
Thank you. And you are loved. And Isla.
Oh, I liked a less dramatic library visit. That was good.
Yep.
Enjoyed the pancakes.
Yep.
Yeah, bit stressed. We don't know where Serene is. That's a bit worrying. After last time when blood magic happened, she got bitten, and we're very excited to see which route we go next time.
No pun intended, eh?
No.
Actually, Root. Wow, Root was a way better pun we could have tried for the title somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. Route 666.
Okay.
There we go. God, that would have been
That would
alright.
be good.
Yeah.
That would be
Oh
good.
well. Next time.
Yeah. Also sad that Justoria, having never really met her, might be just gone. That's a shame.
Yeah, especially
But
after you're reading
also-
about her, cultivating
Yeah.
forest life, which is ironic now when you
Yeah.
think about it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oops.
Yep.
But yeah, excited to see where we go next.
Yeah, me too. So it's nice to be back, to be fair. Been a while.
Hopefully
So
not to jail.
hopefully not to jail. Yep.
Fingers crossed.
But like the libraries, there are so many other jails to try in the world, Scott. So why not try them all? So yeah, and last but not least, Serene.
Oh, Serene has not been having a good time recently. Everything's just gone from.
So it's been is it 4 days or 5 days we've had the party?
Yeah,
Like-
it hasn't been that long. It's been probably less than a week. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, started the day off nice pancakes.
Yeah.
Thought I'd just go for a little stroll in the park. I thought I'll see if I can get in contact with them, have a little chat while sitting in the park. It'll be fine. Just see what's up. No, okay, go into a tree. go into more trees, find fiends and Demon Justoria, who's gone, but might not be gone, but she's burning in the forest, and there's gonna. Yeah.
And you spent a story point, which was exciting.
I did. I thought just talking to a tree isn't going to be enough.
Mm-hmm.
To get in contact with the High Druid. So I thought
Oh, it's good. It's a good use. Yeah, a very good use of it. I like that because they are very vague in their like use. So yeah, I was willing to capitalize on that. I was very pleased I got the opportunity to put it that way. It's good.
Yeah. I thought of just talking to tree. That's not going to do it. I'm going to throw a story point in there. So no.
Supercharge.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
Now I have no idea what to do, how to get the dragons there.
What do?
What do?
I mean, I know because I think if I was in your position, I'd be looking at my hand and thinking, do I bite myself?
I know.
Like...
I did think that. I was like, do I just bite my hand again and see what happens?
Yeah, because it's I look at that and look to bite my right hand and then look at my left hand holding the plane shift spell and go, which one helps?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I could plane shift, but where would I go? Or I could just bite my hand and see what happens.
She may be plane shift. Justoria.
You could plane shift the dragons to Justoria.
It's like, Mr. Demon, please, do you want to read the spell for yourself, please, and go somewhere else? Thank you, bye.
Yeah.
A one-way ticket to anywhere you want to go. Leave.
Wait for these guys to like try and cast sending to me, and then be like, "Hey, get the white dragons quick right now." I don't know.
Where are you?
It's just, I don't know where I am.
Oh no.
Yeah, you do. You're in like a forest within a wall of trees that seem to be within a partition of trees that are in a bigger forest. See? It's perfectly simple.
Oh, totally gonna be found by people. Yeah. Totally not lost forever.
Just get a helicopter, fly above every forest in the world, and just look for a giant fire column.
But you can't even see past the top of the trees. It's
They fly your helicopter upside down, cut away the tops of all the forests while looking. Yeah,
so
it'll be fine.
Yeah, next week's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. This will just be, what it's going to be, it's going to be a montage of you trying to survive against the inferno that's consuming the forest versus Bastiel just waiting every day to ask for God to help. It's like, we'll get to Serene eventually, rolls a D100, nope, sorry Serene, another day, and you're like, why?
Trust me, this works.
Be a nice little like side thing, just go have a little chat to High Druid while sitting in the park, but no, derailed everything. I'm sorry.
You said derailed, but it's more just like you made yourself aware of what was going on. Also, sleep well, Diamond Knight. Thank you for joining us, buddy. But yeah, so yeah, anything else, my dear?
No, that's it.
Release me.
Yeah. If nothing else, I'm always trying to be inclusive of each member of the party as I can, as much as my storytelling techniques and plot allow. So hopefully people do feel involved. If there is ever a time, I'll just do this now, because obviously my brain can again track so much, and I do run 3 games, so sometimes it's tricky to be on top of everything. But if there's ever a time you feel like you've went for a long ass period of time and you don't feel like there's been any like focus, let me know. That is good feedback to know, because I'm happy to bring people to the forefront if need be and stuff as well. I don't mind manoeuvring stuff around to make sure there's spotlights on the right places. It is tricky as a GM to always be aware of if people are happy with the level of exposure they get in a game. Because I've definitely been in campaigns myself where I've been like, I don't actually need any spotlight. I'm happy just doing my thing here, and I'll let you know if I want spotlight. Because I've had people try and give me the spotlight before, and I'm like, oh, I'm really good not there. Yeah, probably. This is when like, Callie's immediately half typing a message to me, and I'm like, "Leave me alone." So yeah, but this is the danger of talking to trees in strange parks using story points, I suppose. We all know this. We're all taught it at RP 101. But yes. If there is nothing else from anyone else, well done, guys. That was a very fast-paced session, I'd say, all in, which was nice to kind of like hit the ground running again after 2 weeks off. So
yep.
I'm excited